Oh, start? Should I start? Right now? Okay, so, what? How do I do this? Hi, I'm host Eric. Who's talking with fans people. Okay, what comes next? Oh, I have a joke. Tell me about your new boyfriend. He wrote a book on bears in Hollywood. So, your gentleman caller was a gentle Ben's caller? It didn't do well in his club. That joke. I thought it was funny. You know, why am I getting red and yellow? Don't red and yellow me. What the fuck's up with that? I was using the internet just fine. What? Bit rate? Open widget? I don't want to open that widget. What do you mean by bit rate? Look, it's green now. It's fine. Stop fussing at me about my widgets. My widgets are my business. I keep them in my pants for a reason. Anyway, whether you call your genitals gizmos, widgets, or what's nots, it doesn't matter. Don't let YouTube open them. Why, it's my favorite flavor of sunshine. Dark. Would you look at that? There he is. I told you the night was almost over. And here, dark sunshine has arisen. Has risen. There's no need for in front of it. Just has risen. You have risen like the Christ child from the manger. Christ didn't rise from the manger. He didn't acquire the ability to rise until very, very late in his life. Namely when he was dead. It was about as late in your life as you can get to acquire the ability to rise. But it's because he wasn't a baker. Had he been a baker, he would have had practice on bread first. Instead, he was a carpenter. So that's why it took him a while to figure out how to rise from the dead. He didn't have any relevant life experience. Is kitsch a result of bad NI? Kitsch. You mean like cheesy physical objects that you keep around to oh my gosh, this is such an adorable little guy. Like that kind of thing? Or do you mean like just that it's tacky? I'm not sure what you mean by kitsch. I kind of know what the word means, but I kind of don't, I guess. Is it like stuff that's cheesy or cornball or I guess I don't know what it means. I guess I need to look it up. Kitsch. I've heard it used all the time and assumed I know what it meant, but I don't think I've ever really used the word. Basically, tasteless objects due to low quality or bad color combination and so on. Okay, so it is little objects of some sort. Okay. Tacky objects around your house and stuff. Well, yeah, it's the result of very active SI. Behaviors can also be kitsch. I'm ignoring the sentimentality that is accompanied with most definitions. Well, I mean, that's why it exists, is because of SI. Like, why do I have all these little things around that I don't want at all? Why do I have all these objects over there that I have to figure out what shelves they go on? I don't even want them at all because I'm afraid that if I get rid of it, and this inevitably happens, if I throw it away, the very next moment I'll be like, oh, I need that thing for something. It's ridiculous, but people have strange relationships with their objects if their SI is conscious. Hello, sir. Host Eric, gentleman caller. I'm a gentleman scholar, actually, not a gentleman caller. You have to be one or the other. Once you're no longer single, that means you're just left with gentleman scholar. That's the only choice. I thought that was such a great joke, but YouTube informed me, nope, you were wrong, Eric. It was not such a great joke. And that's why I felt sad. And then Mindy noticed, or Tiffany noticed, and yelled at me for being frowny. That one did a little bit better. The word is German, I'm pretty sure, and here it's used for anything that's love cringe. Love cringe is a great definition for kids. Love cringe. Like some ugly thing that your mom has kept that you made. Isn't it beautiful? No, Mom, that's some stupid thing they forced me to make for you in youth prison camp. You don't need to keep that. Love cringe. No, the client yesterday did not publish, but actually that reminds me, that's why I wanted to. That's what I was going to title this and talk about was, I was going to title it The ISTJ Novelist. Because she was somebody who had generated a great quantity of writing over the course of her fairly short life compared to mine, you know. And yet she's definitely, indisputably, in no uncertain terms, an ISTJ. So, and of course, she was a smart person, and she had played with the idea of possibly being ISTJ, but whenever she read type descriptions, nobody ever lets ISTJs be creative at all. And the thing is, of course, this is the difference between quality NE and quantity NE. So, she's able to generate 16 novels worth of novel. She has her MFA, or Master's of Fine Art, and apparently writes stuff that other people don't necessarily want to read or publish. And her struggle is she doesn't want to, you know, it's an FI thing for her. It's an FISI thing for her. It's a way for her to express her feelings and characters and her experiences as objects that occur in these books, and helps her to process them. She had some, early trauma or whatever. And that's great, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. But if you read type descriptions and think that this is how you're going to type people, and somebody comes into your typing session and tells you they've written 16 novels, you're never going to get her right, right? It's impossible to get her right. But she was smart. She was open to the possibility she was an ISTJ. And she just couldn't accept it in full, though, because she couldn't find anybody else besides me, and I don't say it either until this video right now, that says ISTJs can be extremely creative and be very interested in creativity. Because ISTJs can be just about anything, because they're a product of their particular experience and what they feel like doing. Those are their absolute values. Okay, now reading. Hard to read. I need to put my glasses. This is annoying. It's like, are you serious? Like, that's not that small. I should be able to read that, except it's not really just me that can't read it. It's sometimes in certain circumstances, my eyes get a little bit. They're not as good as in other circumstances. Throwing shit out. Finality. Sometimes all I want is finality. And well, Jake Forrest, Eats Bees have a tendency to sometimes do this. God, all these things, I fucking hate them. And I hate the idea of It's impossible to conceive of going through them and making decisions about them. I just gotta throw them all in the dumpster. I remember the day I threw away all of my plates and dishes and stuff, and forks and knives and everything, except for one plate and one fork and one knife and one cup. It's like, I cannot tolerate any of these other dishes because all I do with them is make them into this huge pile of mess in the sink. I'm never going to be able to be good about this unless I'm forced by reality to clean my only plates. It's the only way I'm ever going to get around this problem. And then later you go, oh, I should have kept 2 plates. Let's see what Ghost of Jung has to say. He's important because he's somebody I recently unloaded on. Oh yeah? It's like this. Fire! Oh, cannons. Ah! I picture you walking up here one day, Ghost of Jung. Hey, it's me. Oh, there's that guy. Fire! Anyway, what's he saying about stuff? The type descriptions need to stop doing what they're doing, which is trying to make claims about shit that people want, which is like a lot of certainty about specific physicalities. But those such statements are always false. So you just have to exclude them from your descriptions. I mean, they're always at best strong correlations and misleading, therefore, to include in your descriptions. They won't be entrepreneurs. I mean, that's one kind of firm thing you might be able to say in a type description. But then you're guaranteed, it's like, it's not the case that there's not some examples of every single type who've started businesses. So that's the problem with putting stuff like that in type descriptions. Okay. If Eric is murdered one day, just know it was me. Hey, that's not Eric you're mad at. That's Tiffany. She ordered me to do all that. I would never be like that. But I've been enslaved by Tiffany and I have no choice. If I don't listen to Tiffany, she pegs the shit out of me with this teeny little strap on. A major general uncle of mine is the Signals Brigade made CFO. Is he the perfect example of a modern major general? He's something physical. Physical. I don't want to move around too much. Eric, you have to hurry up and explain the generational metacognitive consciousness system evolutionary theory to yourself more often because I'm not satisfied with the explanation you gave it in the respective stream. Well, I was watching part of that stream before I started this stream, and so that'll help me understand it better, but I'm not in the mood to carry it. So I just gonna have to wait till I am in the mood to care. Well, it's not the case that, yes, every individual might. In other words, your way of putting it is wrong. An individual of a type is always it's always possible that an individual type can buck your commonalities claims if your commonalities aren't expressions of how their attention works. Because the only thing that remains the same for sure in every single ISTJ is how their attention works, not the outcomes of it. So that's true. That it's like, yes, every single type might produce an example that contradicts statements you make about types that aren't about how they pay attention. Because that's what a type is. A type is a configuration of how people pay attention. I think Rain is an INTP. For a stretch of time, I thought he was an ISTP. I don't know if I ever typed him. Did I even ever met the guy? I might have. I don't know. It's hard to say from just a chat because, well, put it this way. I have experiences of my intuition about people's chats being totally unreliable, so I don't trust it at all. So if you're saying in a type description, ENTPs create a lot of stuff, that's not wrong. Correct. If you say that because an NEDOM is continually potentiating ideas, whether or not they end up in some sort of creative endeavor, their attention is about matters of non-concrete novelty. That's not what people want to read, right? Because people don't want to read the truth that's accurate. They want to read ENTPs are artists and or philosophers or debaters or whatever. Except they're not necessarily. Those are particularist things. Those aren't ways of paying attention. Do you get it? And like the nicknames for ENTP, the debater and the inventor. Well, I am a debate coach. That label fits me. I am horrible at inventing things. Like, look at that shit. Look at this invention in progress. It's me bolting two Mr. Potato Head bodies together. Does that mean I'm not an ENTP because I'm so shitty at inventing things? No, it doesn't mean that at all. Because inventing is not a way of paying attention. Inventing things is an outcome. Like, I've made an invention, you know? He might say that in order to engage in the process of invention, you've got to come up with something new. Well, that's true, but that doesn't mean that people who are attending by a non-concrete novelty as a way of being, and therefore as an implicit value, are good at inventing things. Right? That's called being sophisticated enough to talk about cognitive functions. You know, come on, Joe, you can do better than that. Like, okay, Eric, fine, so I guess nobody can't say anything about it either. No, you can. You just have to remember that a cognitive function is a way of paying attention, not some outcome. We had errands to run in California. My husband said, I'm bored while driving. He would rather stay in the hotel room on his computer. I would rather knock down a to-do list. Well, sure, it's your operational value. I say in second slot, you know. Like my dad. It's funny, I know two ENTPs well. One for 40 years, and he is an inventor, and host Eric is the other, and he's a debater. Well, that's fine. But you know what? You're either HP printed and not a debater, and I'm not an inventor. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, Michelle. You'd want to get your you've got the day already planned out ahead of time. When you get up, it's like the first thing you do is go, okay, I gotta do this, and then you demonstrate it all day by checking shit off the box. Meanwhile, your ISTJ husband, he doesn't want to go do a bunch of shit. He'll value it that you do it and respect you for doing it. He'll do it automatically and ignore kind of a lot of it while he's doing it. Ignore a lot of the doing part even as he's doing stuff. But, yeah, that's what we'd expect. And they both got busted on a road trip for weed. Yeah. Well, because we don't believe bad shit's gonna happen to us until it does. Until we have an example of it. Then we're likely to just go, you know what? I know that shark attack was not indicative of any general danger of going in the ocean. It was a fluke or an exception, not the rule. But fuck it, I'm just not going in the ocean anymore. You know, that's how we are. I was absolutely sure that was bullshit, no matter what it is, because I'd never experienced enough things to convince me it wasn't. Everything's bullshit until I have personal experience enough to convince me it's not. You know, I thought bipolar was bullshit. And then I started going out with Rachel, and I was like, that's not bullshit at all, Eric. That's as real as it gets. I used to think, like, I don't need those farm drugs. You just need, just need to pack them full of speed, and they'll be funny happy, and they won't be crazy. Stupid things like that. No, Eric, you were wrong. They do need those drugs. But, it's like, well, I don't have cancer. I don't know what it's like, so you don't have cancer. You just need to stop whining so much. No, I got cancer. Oh, shit! It is real. It does suck. Well, I guess I shouldn't have told all those people to stop whining. Too late now. I did the best I could. This is the great thing about being an SI type. I have zero expectation of intuition in myself. If I've not experienced it before, I can't possibly be to blame for getting that circumstance wrong. But couldn't you have intuited a little bit, given all this stuff? No, because I have to experience it, then I can intuit shit about it. Until that's been unlocked by my first experience of it, my intuition is not going to participate in this party. What is that sound? You can't do better than that? Okay, well, do the best you can. Thanks. I just put on this jacket because it was cold. It's the only reason I put it on. And the only reason I was cold is because, it was that cold period after you eat the mushrooms. When there's a little stretch of time between eating them and puke point, which is like where your decision is made by the mushroom council as to whether or not you're going to puke. Between the bottom of the hill and puke point, there's cold spots. There's the cold stretch. Whoa, it's so cold. Why am I so cold? I need to put on a hot jacket. It's kind of like a delayed kind of DMT-ish thing. When I smoke DMT, the first thing that happens, no matter how hot it is, is, oh my God, that is so cold. I had a cat on the my cat. Doesn't make me 150 degrees. It's not hot enough though. I need some jackets or something. It's getting cold out around here. There, that's better. Thank you, jacket, for keeping me warm. That's funny stuff. Hey, Eric, says Betting Tips. I love your outfit. And then I'm FE 7th slot. Yay. I think you are actually an ISTJ Betting Tips, probably, but I wasn't going to tell you that. But it's just basically, don't trust my typings from chat, okay? They're not reliable at all. So just because that's what I'm feeling about you or intuiting about you is not a reliable reason to think you're actually an ISTJ. But I haven't seen stuff from you that's inconsistent with ISTJ. That doesn't. It's not, again, not a good enough reason to tell you you're an ISTJ. So don't take that as a claim I'm making. Okay, I'm not. That's not a diagnosis. That's just a. Well, it's like you talk to your doctor friend on the phone. Well, could be scoliosis. I don't know. Can't really diagnose you without looking at you in person, but it's kind of like trying to diagnose somebody third hand. Like if you tell me about somebody else's problems, I go, well, it sounds like they've got what? That's what trying to type somebody in from the chat is like. Instead of actually getting to talk to you, I have to talk to this text thing. It's sort of doing your business. What are the ISTJs best at life? Whatever they're doing based on what they've learned over the course of their life and what they like a lot. That novelist, what is she best at? Writing novels. That doesn't mean ISTJs are good at writing novels. I mean, that's where she directed all of her SI learning. She got an MFA, which means she consciously and actively chose to learn how to write. I never could even conceive of learning how to write. It doesn't make any sense to me. Whoever was trying to teach me, the only thing they could do would be to teach me, here's a possible structural frame that you can pour your batter into. Like, I learned a lot about writing from Timothy Steele, who's a poet, but I learned a lot, and it was exactly one thing: metered verse. That there are these forms that you can use to arbitrarily conscribe what you're doing with language into this shape. I go, oh, those are really neat shapes. And then I discovered that's exactly what I needed. Some arbitrary externality to force me to edit. What's the ISTJ's operational value? Solving problems. Solving problems is how he operates on things. So in other words, why would he want to leave the house unless there's some sort of problem he needs to solve? Whereas you form everything as a problem that needs to be solved. Or opportunity that needs to be exploited or something, you know? They're ultimate particularists, so they're always going to be the best at whatever they personally direct all their shit to. Stop sucking that pipe. I don't have any pipes, do I? Well, I see one around. I don't suck pipes. I smoke them. Okay? You suck at picking verbs. You don't suck on a sax, you blow on it. You too, old Fett, suck at picking verbs. You can't suck on a banjo. It won't fit in your mouth. Again, Boba Fett, you suck at picking verbs even when you don't include them in your partial sentence. Host Eric, was the white stuff on Tiffany's face the part I missed? Yes. I wasn't sure if you were joking or if you actually missed it. yeah, that was the part you missed. Necessary violence. There's never a thing as necessary violence. There's only a thing as both permissible and advisable violence. And if you are the leader, like say you're president, it may be necessary for you to affirm violence that's both permissible and advisable, but there's no such thing as necessary violence. Any rate, but there is such thing as necessary violence. Here, it's that guy. I'm curious as to your thoughts as on an ENTP boss INTJ employee work dynamic. It's the correct work dynamic rather than the other one, the other way around. The INTJ boss is not as capable of using the ENTP employee to the full extent of their powers as the ENTP boss is capable of using the INTJ employee to the full extent of their powers. Because ultimately, meta-analysts should direct analysts who should direct executives who should direct executors. It doesn't work out like that in life, but, you know. In other words, according to my ideas here that I'm presenting to everybody, I should be in charge. People like me should be in charge, obviously. We can't do anything else. We can't do any actual work. So it must be our place to tell other people what work to do. Isn't that funny? That's not really the reasoning behind any of that stuff, but you can certainly make those arguments, and it's hilarious. If you had to sum it up as slap and tickle, well, I mean, anytime you're a boss, you have at your disposal carrots and sticks. And I've always found as a boss, the fact that anybody, the very prospect of even revealing that I have carrots and sticks to my employees is demeaning to them. And I find the reality that they go, ooh, carrots, and oh no, sticks, to be depressing because it's just like, don't want these carrots and don't be afraid of this stick. These things are both stupid. These are fake things. I'm going to work you up. Oh, saying what? That I did a bad job here at work? Well, you know, it's not like my project or something. It's not like something I care about or am passionate about. You have to pay me to do it. What do you expect? I'm not going to do my best work, something you have to pay me to do. If you want to see me at my best, you don't have to pay shit for that. You keep trying to make me do stuff I don't feel like doing. That's why you're not getting very good work from me. Is what everybody should say. But nobody says that. What types are likely to be provocateurs? Depends on the context. So around here, the people who want to provoke generally are ESFPs or ENFJs because of the kind of thing I'm doing and the way I'm doing it is most likely to make those two types want to upset this kind of apple cart. However, if it's like if it's a city council meeting, it's most likely to be like an ENTP, probably, or an ESTP. You'd probably be the ESTP. ENTP is more likely to attack than provoke. Attack means you're serious and you've actually got weapons. Provoke is an attempt to make the other person think you're serious and have weapons. I don't provoke really in any context, but if I were to be provocative in any context, like just it would be like some incredibly. I'd get provocative a little bit when my ESFJ ex-wife prolonged the agony too much. Okay, I cannot fucking stay at this fucking wedding for one more minute, and no, I will not take another fucking picture. That's more just. And if you don't let us leave now, I'm going to increasingly make a scene. That is, I guess you'd call provocative, but that was particular to that woman's ridiculous ESFJ Enneagram sexual variant social versus ENTP Enneagram variant sexual. You know, we're supposed to be having fun, you and me, right? You're having fun. This sucks ass for me. It took me a long time to realize that it mattered. That I could use that as an argument, right? I always knew it sucked ass and it mattered a lot in terms of I want to get the fuck out of here right now. But it took me a really long time to realize I could use that as an argument. But hold on, we're a couple and only you're having fun. Well, it's literal, in the most literal and limited sense, to provoke is simply to elicit to willfully and knowingly elicit a response of some sort. I guess to evoke would be a more neutral, or to catalyze would also be a more neutral way of putting it. But provoking tends to connotatively convey a desire to get a reaction just to get a reaction rather than some sort of instrumentality out of it. So when I was telling that wedding story, when I'm threatening to escalate to make a scene, that scene I'm making will be provocative just to get reactions. But the reason I'm provoking and threatening to provoke is not itself a provocation of my ex-wife. It's a threat to attack my ex-wife to attack my ex-wife's FE by making a scene. But the actual making of the scene would have been provocation because it would have just been me being attention getting in order to cause other people to go, oh my God, that guy's awful. Who is that guy? So that my ex-wife would feel bad, you know? To clarify. So, there's only one element of that story that would be provocative, which would be my behavior that's directed towards everybody else that's not my ex-wife because they're not in on why I'm doing it. Provoked is fancy speak for poked. See, poked has two distinct meanings, though, and they're very different. I don't want to be accused of poking you because, you know, I poke Rachel, but I never provoke her. So we don't want to get our poking and our provoking mixed up. I keep those in entirely separate bags, so I don't have any problem with that. So let's keep the words in separate bags too. Look, don't poke a rattlesnake unless it consents, okay? Silence does not equal consent, it just equals assent. Big difference. Anyway, you can't really claim it was silent. It was rattling the whole time. You may say that you believed those were rattles of ecstasy, but I'm still accusing you of raping that rattlesnake. Pictures are the window to your soul. You mean pictures of me are the window to my soul? For me? Am I both inside the soul? Am I both inside my soul here and also looking through the window at my soul? Is this picture of me? I don't find this picture to be... If this picture is a window to my soul, then it must have shutters on the outside of it and be ready for a storm or something, because I cannot see a bit of my soul in this picture. And now that I'm an expert in soul seeing, I need to experience seeing my soul before I'm convinced that seeing my soul is a thing I can experience. Do we have to use only our sight to engage our soul with our senses? Can I also hear my soul? Can I taste my soul? Can I smell my soul, and can I feel my soul? Are all questions that are necessitated by this notion of seeing your soul. Look, it doesn't matter what kind of rattlesnake it is. Don't try to fuck it. God, rattlesnakes can't consent to being fucked because they can't speak language. So you're always raping them. There is no consensual sex with a rattlesnake. Tiffany is a lawyer representing this rattlesnake. Look, this rattlesnake is too stupid to even hire me as lawyer. It worked for me. You never really even realized you was raped it. And I had to file all this stuff and do all this work. Because you cannot consensually have sex with this rattlesnake. I just poked it with a stick. Look, you admit you poked it. You admit it. You poked. So that's it. I stopped listening after I poked. Oh, that's funny. It's not as funny and great an idea as my I am America's Stephen Hawking's diversity skits. Fucking Saturday Night Live should hire me as a writer. I wish I would apply. You know. Those people should definitely give me the job. God, I wish I would apply. Those people can't give you the job, Eric, unless you apply for it. No. They should come find me. I want a headhunter. I want to be scouted. Like a baseball player or something, right? Oh, we got a real talent out there. Let's get him quick for a team. Eric, that's not how the world works. It doesn't matter how talented you are. People reward effort at being noticed to be hired more than they reward quality by 1 billion times. And for good reason. You don't want to hire somebody who doesn't really want to work for you. That just makes perfectly good sense. I'm telling you this, Saturday Night Live. I really do want to work for you. Really, a lot. Just not quite enough to do anything to get you to hire me. So you should hire me regardless. I'm an exception to all these rules. It's true. All of these things are true. Okay, betting tips, 3,000. I'm retroactively changing my betting tip. My betting tip is now the Padres will win the NL East. Okay? Because it looks like the Dodgers are going to win the NL West. So I'm just going to let the Padres win the NL East. Therefore, I was half right to begin with. The Padres will still win. I've always been bad with directions. I mean, after all, if USC can win the Big Ten, then fucking Padres can win the NL East, okay? Can you believe that shit? USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten? Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Is it just football, though? It should be just football. I don't want all of USC's teams to be out of the Pac-12. I like the Pac-12. I've always been into them being in the Pac-12. My dad is freaking crushed, kind of. He's a huge Pac-12 fan. What's happening to the conferences is really depressing to him because he liked, he's an ESTJ. He decides things that these habits of he sets them up because they're rewarding to him. They give him enough stability for his operational value and enough uncertainty for his third slot scorecard, extroverted intuition. So, like my dad had an idea. My dad's ideas are things like, well, we could go up to Oregon State to see that game. Why don't we? Those are my dad's kind of ideas that he comes up with. But you can only do that if the Pac-10 stays the same. When you add two teams, okay, no, that's fine. Pac-12, I can manage that. I kind of like that. It's a little bit just, that's how things should change, very gradually. I can handle two teams. It's kind of sudden, but okay, Pac-12. But this whole thing, he doesn't even know how to begin to process it. It's like, my team, before I came here, this room was a shrine to USC stuff that my dad had collected over the years. It was all these shelves over here. Literally all of these shelves that comprise the wall, and there are shelves from floor to ceiling. Okay, this is ESTJ designed this room. There are shelves from floor to ceiling, and the ceiling's super fucking high. Okay, anyway, all these shelves over there were filled with USC, but not just USC stuff. Also Pac-12 stuff, or Pac-10 stuff. I mean, it wasn't the Pac-12 yet. For my dad, when my dad was out here, pretty much the whole time. It might maybe the very beginning of the Pac-12 he was still here, but he hadn't collected any stuff for that yet. That was all filled with USC and USC stuff, mostly all. But he would maybe include like. Like Pac-12, like when the things linked, or Pac-10 Player of the Month or whatever, and he had gotten that thing signed by that guy or whatever when he went to a game, then he'd include the conference like that. And when he watched TV, when we watch TV, when it's college football season, this still is the case until this upcoming season, we love watching all the Pac-10 teams or Pac-12 teams. Regardless, when USC is not on, I will always choose. Well, that's not true. If it's a big game, I'll watch the big game. It's not a conference game. But if it's not a big game, I'll always choose to watch even a minor Pac-12 team play against any other conference and root for the Pac-12 team, even UCLA, whom I'm not the biggest fans of. USC fans are not the biggest UCLA fans. Let's just concede that right off the bat, because UCLA fans and UCLA in general are a bunch of little bitches. All right, that's how it is. But you know what? I'm not gonna hold it against them. They can be little bitches all they want over there in Westwood. But you know, with their baby blue and their fuck off, UCLA. You know, it's like, no. I would never be a UCLA fan. But anyway, this is sports stuff that it's like, it makes no sense, but it's embedded in you. If you're an SI type, this shit was like embedded in me from birth. So I spent my whole childhood going to USC games when we weren't, you know, it's ESTJ's life. You're either working or you're playing, or you're sleeping and you're eating. And that's it. And your play is always, you know what you're going to be playing months in advance. And you know what you're going to be working. And for how long? Years in advance. My dad has planned out everything. It's amazing. He got the best retirement deal I think probably anybody ever got. It's insane, the abuse of the taxpayer that my dad finagled for both him and for my mom, because he went in and dealt with my mom's retirement thing too. Because when you, at that point in time, when you were a public employee in the teachers union, and the way seniority works, they were desperate to get you off of get you out of this spending this pile of money. And they didn't care about pension money. That wasn't their pile of money to worry about, right? So it's like, how can we spend less on salaries and shit? I know, let's dump the expensive ones on those pension people. But they don't want to retire. Well, let's just give them what, make the pension people's problem enormous. then they'll agree to just go away. And my dad took advantage of that these guys who care about this pile of money are making decisions that only impact this pile of money that they don't care about, to just get this deal where they're getting like 3/4 of their full salary for the rest of their lives for both of them until the last one dies. What? It's like, and my dad's gonna live till forever, okay? So, and my mom too. She may be in the nursing home, but she's physically fine. She just is mentally not there. Like, she's not physically fine. She can't walk or anything. She's had a stroke, but she's other than that, healthy as a horse, you know? She's never actually been hospitalized in her life for anything. She's never even gone under general anesthesia. The only thing she was ever hospitalized for was giving birth to me. But she's never been put under any general anesthesia for anything, including the dentist. She's never even had any teeth pulled. That's how healthy that woman is. Look at me. I lost like half my teeth. Of course, my mom did a lot less meth than me, so Fairsy squaresy, I guess. I think. Mom could have had a secret double life that I didn't know about. But it really runs counter to my experience with Dana of her and her eating and sleeping habits and stuff. She didn't eat and sleep and behave like a meth addict, so if she did have a secret double life, my God, was she good at hiding it. I mean, no. Because look, I got this fucking denture made that I wouldn't try it on, and I didn't like the way it impacted the way I talked. So I just said, well, they had to make a couple little adjustments, and I just said, yeah, I probably won't ever wear that. And she said, but you'll get used to it. It's not the amount of discomfort. I cannot tolerate the way it impacts my speech. And so then I just never picked it up after the, even though it cost thousands of dollars. After they finished the adjustments, it's just still sitting there at the dentist's office. Because I don't want it, I don't need it, it's not of any purpose to me, because nobody informed me ahead of time that it was going to change the way you sound when you speak. I cannot tolerate that. So whatever happens with my dentistry, and already in the status quo, my speech is impacted by the loss of these teeth here. I'm more sibilant. But it's something I can physically adjust to when I attend to it, so it's fine. Because when I want to sound like I want to sound, I can still sound that way. But eventually, these teeth are going to fall out too. So, at that point, I'm going to have to go do something about it. But it was like the phone call I had with the goddamn phone people yesterday. They keep calling me and bugging me. You got to put this new SIM card in. If you don't, your phone's going to stop working. And I asked them, okay, but if my phone stops working, and then I put in the SIM card, it'll start working again, right? Yes. Okay, so stop bugging me about it. But I can walk you through the process. Look, you're not getting it. There's no reason to do the process because my phone still works. You don't do something like that until you need to do it. Okay, yeah, my phone really stopped working finally. Fuck it, let me find that SIM card and fucking put it in. I don't need your help with it. I can look it up on the internet or whatever. Just what I really need you to do is just answer that one question. If, in fact, my phone stops working and then I put the new SIM card in after, will it start working again? If the answer to that is yes, stop bugging me about it. I'm not gonna complain to you when my phone stops working. I get it, okay? You've warned me plenty. I get they so much want to make sure because listen, you don't understand. It's not gonna work so much that you won't be able to even contact emergency services, and there might be an emergency. I don't care. It's like I don't go through life assuming that in every instant I have to have like a life alert. I'm not that fragile, for fuck's sake. I do agree that having access to emergency services is broadly a good thing. But I'm not going to panic if I lose that access for a second. For fuck's sake. Okay? That's you say that as but this reason though is super huge. That's so dumb. If you grew up when I grew up, you never had access to emergency services unless you were at home or near a phone. There were no cell phones. And that was fine. It wasn't like people are all constantly leaving their house, walking down the sidewalk, but fuck. Now I need an emergency. Now I need to call emergency services. And I'm not near my landline. People just had to deal with that shit. It's fine. You're having an emergency. The first thing you should do is deal with it, not call emergency services. If the first dealing with it is to conclude that you can't deal with it, then call emergency services. Regardless, be aware of the fact that you can't operate under the operating principle that the universe can or should ensure that at every given moment you can call the police. It's like, oh, I don't care about that nearly as much as you think I'm going to care about that, clearly. So let me explain this to you again. There's no reason to do things until there's a reason to do things. My phone works fine right now. You've given me plenty of warning. When it stops working, I'll fix it. You know, why do things ahead of time like that? And most importantly, why nag me so much? I've already told you I don't want you to nag me this much. I get it. I need to change my thing in my phone. Just shut up already. These phone people, because they're so worried that when shit stops working and I have an emergency, I'm going to sue them. That's not how it's going to go. Trust me. If my phone stops working and I have an emergency, it doesn't matter how strong the case I have is. I would never sue you because I know everything I need to know. You answered my questions. You did your job. You provided me the information I need. Now let me be the ownership of my job. Okay? If I choose to use that information badly, that's on me. It's not on you guys. You're not required to promise me that my phone is always going to be able to call the police. Even after you discontinue the network. It's ridiculous. Why would I ever sue you for that? I'd be wrong, so I'd never sue you. I'm not gonna... Look, suing someone because you can get money from them, even though you're wrong, is the same thing as stealing. It's the same thing. Just because you can win and get someone's money, if you're wrong and you do that, you're stealing. I would never steal from you or anybody else like that. That'd be awful. So you don't need to worry about me suing you when my own stupidity gets me dead or whatever. Gets my legs chopped off. And you know how the universe works. As soon as my phone stops working, here comes the serial killer with a hatchet. But like I told the guy, well, that's why I got a girlfriend and she's got her own phone. That's not with you guys, so we'll be fine. Of course, the fact that I'm telling Rachel, it's always this crap. She would be like, Rachel, can you do meow? It's going to take longer than you think. And there's a higher probability the answer is no than you think, okay? But I think she can even, I'm not worried about that so much when it's just call 911. She can do that. No problem, Trenton. You're not going to need my help with that. That's part of why I don't really tell her or ask her to do things for me ever, is because Rachel's mastered the art of not getting people to do things, ask her to do things. It's like, the other day I told her, can you start the water in the bath and close the thing? And the bottom, I went in there, she started the water, sat down on the toilet, and left the drain open. Oh, sorry, my bad. I gave you a 2-part instruction. Request. That's not an instruction, it's just a request, right? But I included 2 things in it instead of just 1. My bad. This is how you make sure that people don't ever ask you to do anything. Can you make me a ham sandwich? And then you get it, it's like a ham sandwich, but it's also got like a fish on it. You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to ask you to make sandwiches anymore. Like, good FE, I did what you wanted. And smart FE. And you're not going to ask me to do shit again. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, betting tips 3,000. You are correct about that. It is a great tip if you want to turn your $20 into $22. If you want to make a high likelihood of return investment, bet a lot of money on the Dodgers to win the NL West. You'll get a little bit more than you invested. But here's the horrible news. Unlike most investments, if you don't get that little bit of return, there's no way to pull out as you're losing money. The alternative is you lose everything. So even though you got a 98% chance of getting a quick, small return on your investment, and if you start, there's no way to see it start to be a bad idea and then pull out, right? So you just gotta accept that. Well, I invested $10,000 in this thing that was almost for sure, as close to for sure as you can get, that still pays anything. But I lost anyway. And now I don't have that $10,000. And I think it was a good bet, but I still don't like the outcome. Oh, that's gambling for you. That's why I shouldn't gamble. That's what you think to yourself later. That's why I shouldn't gamble. I always have this conversation after I gamble. Well, there went $200. Was that worth $200? That experience you just had, Eric? Of being disappointed? You paid $200 for disappointment. That's an expensive disappointment. Maybe I should stop going to this disappointment store. They keep promising me to see that we might satisfy you. Like, I went to play poker the other night. Lost $200, in like an hour. Even though it's just like it's ridiculous about poker. I don't believe in luck really. When it comes to poker, I accept that it's random, and you're not catching cards, then the numbers are weird. Sometimes you catch cards, except I never catch cards. I never catch them at all. I have to sit there and either be aggressive and play like somebody who can fake shit, or playing or reading off of other people's behavior, but I'm not that difficult to read, and I'm not trying really to play poker like that. I'm like, look, when I can, if I got decent cards, I'll try to limp in so I can see a flop. If they're not gonna let me limp in unless I got big ass cards, just muck it. And I'm not even going to limp in unless I got pretty good cards. And I never hit anything on the flop. Or I never hit anything worth continuing on the flop. So it's like, when I get two pair, I go, here we go. Here's my chance to lose, to go all in and lose to three of a kind. Sure enough. That's exactly what happened. That's how I lost the first $100. I waited, did my very safe thing. Finally see a flop where I get more than just like a piece of it. And what purportedly is going to be the best hand in the moment when I look around, look around the table, what this guy's got it in his pocket. He's got pocket pairs. It's not hit by the board, in which case my two pairs win. Or he's got one pair because So I've got top two pairs. So it's like I've got the top two cards on the board are my cards as well, like King and 8 or whatever. Like King 8-7 comes out. So it's almost for sure, according to reason, that based on what people might have chosen to enter in this hand with, that I'm most likely to have the best hand. The only way that's not going to happen, and especially if I have the chance to bet, I should go all in. The only way that's not going to happen is if somebody else has a pair that hits one of these cards on the board. They're less likely than normal to have a pair of kings or 8s because that would complete the 4. Because I have one and there's one on the board, right? So, in other words, statistically, they're more likely that if they have a pair, if they have 2 pair or whatever, if they have a pair, that it's not of cards that I have. So, what happens, of course, though, in actuality, people, if you remember, everybody at the table is just as likely as you to have two random cards that you have. So, hitting 2 pair on the flop and being the first to act, you just go all in. Because random dealings of hands means whatever this guy decided to play in the hand with, it's unlikely to be a pair of 7s that he has right now. That it's much more likely to be anything but that than that, or a pair of 8s, or a pair of kings. But as always, even though it's like me and 2 other guys that are still in the hand, and I see a flop with 2 pair, and it's the best decision to make, I just know, even as I'm doing it, that guy must have a pair of 7s. Just because. Sure enough, he does have a pair of 7s. There's no reason why I should be that unlucky at poker, but I am. It's like I never hit. When I go in with a pocket pair, the flop never comes up with a third one on my thing. Like, it is a good idea to more than just limp in. If you have to limp in plus a little bit more, you know, to go in to see a flop with like a pair of 7s or something is a good idea, or any pocket pair really, because you might hit that third one, or even the fourth one. But I never do. It just never fucking happens, and I almost never get any kind of pocket hand that I can really put anything. It's like a pair of 10s. Oh God. Okay, yeah, I'll call that to see a flop. The flop's always like ace, queen, 3. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just toss it in the muck. I wish I hadn't wasted $15 to see that flop. But, you know, it's like, that's just how poker is with me. And it's always like that. But I assume it's the price I'm paying for my good luck everywhere else. I cannot be lucky in cards because I don't need to be lucky at cards. And I'm not good at cards because people who are good at cards aren't drawing pictures the whole time they're not looking at their cards and have a decision to make. You know, I have paper, I'm drawing pictures, I'm making little notes about cognitive functions. Sir? Oh, me? It's on me? Let's see. I fold. Okay. I'm not good at cards, and I don't need to get lucky at cards, so there's just no way in hell I'm ever going to get lucky at cards. So I'm really just paying $200 for disappointment. But you know what? At least if you're going to pay for disappointment, get that high-quality boutique disappointment that costs $200. Don't get disappointment like a $2 scratcher or something. That's a shitty kind of disappointment. That's poor people's disappointment. Regardless, Eric, the point is, you're stupid. And you keep being stupid over time, which proves you didn't just make a mistake. It proves constitutionally you're stupid. But you already knew that. Yeah, I know. I've known that for a long time. It took me a long time to accept it, but once I accepted it, that was a long time ago, so. I'm just constitutionally stupid about everything practical. It's like my species limits, right? I may be able to learn how to swim, and I may be able to learn how to fly, but I'll never be able to learn how to dig a hole in the ground. Something like that, right? Well, for me, it's whatever my positive things are, but if it's useful at all, I'm just broken and retarded about it. So, like, it would be useful to be lucky at poker so that I could have more money when I leave than when I arrive. But and I know this. The reason I'm retarded at it is because I know I'm retarded at it and continue to be retarded at it. Anyway, even though I could choose to avoid it entirely and not experience the retardation, I'm too retarded to do that. So, I guess I shouldn't blame myself for being so retarded, except the other parts of me aren't that retarded. So, like, hey, retarded Eric, can you be less expensively retarded, please? That's right. Can you stop bullying me? We're not bullying you. You just cost money that we don't really have. So why don't you just not be so retarded? You're bullying. We're not bullying you. We're complaining about something legitimate. That's bullying. That's not bullying, though. Complaining about something legitimate is not bullying. But, yeah, okay. I'll try to stop being. I know you won't, though, is the thing. You won't try to stop. You won't try to be less retarded. You say that, but you're lying. I'm not lying. I'm just failing to predict the future correctly. Big difference. Okay, that's why you're so retarded, Eric. Because you're being retarded right now. The best I can do is try to keep your quarters as far away from mine as possible. We do have to live in the same house, but so even your room stinks. I don't even want to walk past it. You and your stinky, retarded room. Now that's bullying, though. No, it's still just reasonable complaining because you stink. A retardation. It's not a real stink, though. I admit that. I'm currently trying to explain to you. I experience going near your room as cartoon stink lines. So those are real in my experience, and you therefore stink. And so it's the point is, even if it is bullying, you need to stop being so retarded. If I have to bully you into it, Eric, then fine. But I don't like being bullied. I know you don't. But you seem to really like being retarded. And you don't have to, because you know better. But you're too retarded to apply anything you know in a useful way. That's why you have to live in that corner room over there. And I get to walk around the house and control the conversation. Okay, but non-retarded Eric, aren't you really the retarded one? No, I didn't lose that $200. Yeah, but you're spending a lot of time talking to me about it. That doesn't make me retarded. That makes me someone who talks to retarded people. I'm agreeing that that might not be a good use of my time, but that doesn't make me retarded either. But non-retarded Eric, isn't that really what you're saying to me, though? I didn't have a good use of my time? Isn't that really your complaint? No. My complaint is that you cost the rest of us $200. It's much more concrete than that, retarded Eric. Okay, but you really liked it kind of, though, didn't you? No, I didn't like it at all. It was just disappointing, and I just... somewhere to sit and draw pictures and stuff. The whole money part of it is the only thing that makes it interesting. But it's also what makes it retarded. So just don't go to that retarded disappointment store you go to, where you draw pictures and wait for the disappointment to be delivered. Okay, well, I wouldn't, except I know. You don't even need to tell me. You're too retarded to do that. Kinda, yeah. Well, that's why we're all a big family, I guess, but that's also why you still have to live up here in this shitty corner room. Now, I'm going back downstairs with the rest of the regular Erics, and you stay up here. You don't know? Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. If you're going to cost us $200, you just have to... you're on timeout for the rest of the day. You just fucking stay in your room and think about what you did. Meanwhile, I have now successfully excised from me any responsibility for your bad behavior, and I can carry on with my day. And that's called internal family systems. When Eric is any riffing, there's no stopping the train. The train is a bad metaphor for what I'm doing, 'cause trains have to go so lame. In a straight line like a miggity meow with their chews and their chews and their chews. It's not a train if I am riffing, yeah, because I go all directions you. I'm not constrained by train tracks. That's the difference between me and a train. Trains are like plants where the land extends further horizontally than it does vertically. I am not like a plant. I'm like an animal. Because I am an animal and not a plant. Whereas trains are plants. So don't compare me to those plants. I'm not a plant. Like, no sensible person would lay the train tracks out so they ended up with, don't compare me to that plant. Clearly, where I am here is not a place that people lay track towards. It's the thing that they go around when they lay track. You don't want to go near that place. The terrain is non-possible. What do you mean? I mean, it's like 1 minute it's a steep hill, the next minute it's a black void of nothing, but you just hear the sound of people reciting poems, and you're trying to dig there with a shovel and build your tracks. There's nothing to dig, just words. And then all of a sudden, you're in the middle of the ocean. And you're like, I totally brought the wrong equipment for this medium. Don't go over there if you're laying tracks. It's not good land for track land. Good land for track land stays put, so that you can reliably expect your tracks to be where you left them. So the train, when it gets there, will have something to go on. If you let that guy be in charge of it, when the train gets there, there could just be a field of flowers instead of the tracks that you left there, because he might have chosen to use those tracks for some other purpose, figuring, you know what, Just letting trains roll on these is boring. Surely we can think of something more interesting to do with these poles. They just have these ground horizontal flat laying thing poles. They're really just poles, right? When you turn them up, when you put them upside down, they're just poles. So I bet we could do something more interesting with these poles than have a train roll along them. Like, I'm going to take them home, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put them somewhere in my house, and then realize that's not a good place for them. I'm putting them somewhere else. Anyway, meanwhile, the trains arrived. But I'm busy worrying about where I'm going to store these useless poles I now have. So don't put me in charge of that. That's not my job. I won't do a good job of managing, making sure your train tracks don't arbitrarily become object storage problems of mine. Because, look, it is true that someday I might have an idea that requires those. But whether or not I should keep them is a function of how likely it is that I'm going to have an idea that requires those. And also of how hard it was to get those and how easy it is to replace them. Also, how big is the idea that I'm likely to have that uses those in terms of importance, plus how critical are those likely to be to that very important thing that might happen. When you encounter all of that stuff, then that's how you decide whether you should keep something. But that's a lot of work. So that's why you just move things around instead of actually doing that work. Now, once the poles have made it in, oh God. Now to get out, to throw them away, you have to go through that thing. So it's just better to just move them to hopefully a less inconvenient spot for right now. This is a terrible way. This is why physical objects are so terrible. You don't want stuff. Don't get stuff. Don't buy stuff. Don't accumulate stuff. When people try to give you gifts, say, no, I don't want your trash problem to become mine. It's like my dad when he really wanted to push half of the steak that he didn't want to eat on me and Rachel. I'm like, Dad, look, I get it. You're full, you don't want to eat that anymore. And also, you don't want to throw it away. Well, guess what? Neither Rachel nor I want to throw it away either. You're just saying to us, here, you throw this away. But no thanks, you throw it away. You just want to hope that it won't get thrown away. If you give it to us to throw away, it'll still get thrown away. And we don't feel like throwing it away either. It seems wasteful. We're all trying to avoid this reality. I get it. We made 3 steaks. You soldiered through and ate like half of yours. None of us are really hungry because we're having dinner too early. Rachel and I barely touched ours, although we ate our sides somewhat. Then you made me cry with your story of fucking mass shootings on 4th of July. And then you're like trying to change the subject. And then you're just like, ugh. Also have COVID. You know? I think I might have COVID. Then it turns out you did. So, you know, at this point, for none of us is the fact that it's wasteful going to be determinant regarding the matter of what we do with it. We're all going to choose to throw it away. It's just a matter of you're in denial about it when you try to get me to throw it away, that I'm going to eat it. You're pretending to yourself that I'm going to eat it. I'm not really going to eat it, though. And deep down, you know that. So, Dad, just throw away your own fucking leftovers. Here, now it's not trash. I wrapped it up and given it to you. So, I used to be fooled by this game, too. I'd put it in the fridge. I go, oh, there, we got leftovers that we're going to eat. Maybe. Who knows? It's just like, my dad would give me things and say, you might as well just say, Here, keep this cold for a few days and throw it away. Now I realize and have learned when he gives me things in the fridge, what he's really saying is, here, hurry up and put this in the freezer. You might eat it someday. Which is now what I do. I put things in the freezer. If things don't come out of the freezer, they need to be eaten right away because otherwise they become questionable. I'm not sure about whether how long it's been there or whatever. At which point, as soon as something becomes questionable, it becomes trash. Now, the worst part about questionable food is that because it's just questionable, it hasn't actually violated the thing it needs to violate in order to become trash. So you just let it sit there for a couple more days until you're sure that it's bad before you throw it away. So you gotta eat shit in the fridge right away, is the point. Or put it in the freezer. That's it. Food should only be things that have come from the freezer or cans are fine. Cans are good because then you eat them whenever. And I don't stop making cans that don't have a little pull thing on it. I don't want to use a goddamn can opener. Stop making any kind of cans that don't have that pull thing on it. Why do people do? Why are you still making those dumb cans that require a can opener? It's like, for both Rachel and I, that's a fucking You know, as I climb this mountain before I get to what's inside of this thing, because you know how hard. We don't have an electric can opener. And the chances of you successfully going the whole circle without missing some spots, it's just, I don't want whatever inside of this badly enough. Never mind. You go back up on the shelf. Let me find a can that's got one of those pull things. I'm not going to get that. Again, now that thing just sits there indefinitely because it doesn't ever become trash. It's just the thing I don't want because it's too hard to open, but that doesn't ever lose its value because then it can. Yeah, well, if we're ever out of the good kind of cans, then I guess if I have to, if I'm really hungry, I'll use a can opener and open that. So I shouldn't throw it away, right? And that's fine. That can have that role. That's an acceptable thing because it's in a can. If things aren't in a can, they need to be frozen or just freshly prepared to eat right now and nothing else. The worst thing that exists is this thing called leftovers. Yeah, sometimes you eat them and you go, well, I'm glad I ate those leftovers. Now I'm full and I didn't have to make anything. But most of the time, you're just keeping future trash cold. So that's why Rachel and I, we don't put leftovers in the fridge. We leave plates of food out and eat off of them until it becomes too gross and throw them away. That's a much more sensible way to deal with shit. If you're going to eat this for now and then you're going to eat it at lunch, don't put it back in the fridge between them. It'll be fine still at lunch. And then that way, but you'll know, like, it's starting to get gross. So there'll be a ticking clock on it to make you eat it more. And then when you feel like it becomes questionable, you immediately throw it away. You don't go, I need to keep it cold for a couple more days first. So it's better. That's a better way to deal with food. But Rachel still likes to put her food back in the fridge because, I don't know, just habit or whatever. But she also likes to heat it up before she eats it. Whereas I just eat it. It's like, okay, is this food? Can I quickly get it into my body? Okay, great. You met all the qualifications you need. Are you not fish is another one. Is this food? Are you quick and easy for me to get from wanting it to having eaten it? I want that to be as short a period of time as possible. And do you have no fish in you? Great. Let's make this happen. I am grinder app level of commitment with my food. Okay? Not only do I not care about whether you really taste good, I don't care whether you're warm or cold. And I expect you to take up very little of my time overall. And don't call me afterwards. In other words, just be pooped out regular. Don't cause me any problems, okay? So, it's like, I'm a real whore when it comes to food. I don't want any long-term relationships. And I'll fuck just about anything except fish. Don't. No, you don't need to put on any makeup or whatever. I'm just here to use you as a whole. That's my relationship with food. Because I'm assuming Grindr is even more like hit it and quit it than sites that include a female. But I might just be imposing on gay people this assumption that because they're both dudes, they both don't give a fuck, whereas with a chick sort of gives a fuck. There's plenty of chicks out there who don't give a fuck just as well as men, so I'm not sure if Grindr's actually more hit it and quit it than, like, say, Tinder, which is presumptively more heterosexual, I guess. Well, Grindr is explicitly, like, dudes who want to have intercourse with other dudes and then not ever see them again. Isn't it like that kind of, like, implicit to it? I think so. So that's why I chose that. But if in fact there are women out there who are offended because they find that by saying that I am denying their legitimate claim to not giving a fuck at least as well as men, then I stand corrected. And I'm sorry. I don't mean to impose on you because of something that's not a good reason to impose things on you. A dumb label to use to impose things, like woman. A reality that's doesn't stem from that, right? You know, if you're a chick and you give a fuck, it doesn't stem from the fact that you're a chick. I give a fuck. I'm not a chick. There are whole portions of the population, though, who are not, in fact, most people are not map first, like me and Rachel. They're territory first. Makes a lot more sense because that's where you're actually standing. Whereas Rachel and I are checking the map. Okay, so are we committed? Is sex safe for all of these various reasons? Let's do it. Whereas most people are like animals. Like, their loins are engorged, so they just start rutting. Which is fine because, you know, it's like, once we start in with the sexual intercourse, we're all just like animals, and it never makes sense. It's just that mapping types don't like it to occur at all, except when it's not going to mess up these other things on their map. So look, if you're ever having sex with a lot of people, and whatever, like, understanding of the universe you might have, is more likely to be disrupted by these experiences. And then you're going to have to, like, oh God. It's not so much that you mapped it wrong, it's like, I keep having sex with all these people and bringing my map, and it's getting crinkled and covered in cum. So I don't like that. So I already anticipated that a long time ago. Like, look, my map is going with me no matter where I go. And as long as I just have sex with one person, then my map is not involved in that. My map gets to sit over there on the shelf where it belongs. My map doesn't come with me into the bed because sex, once it starts, we're no longer human beings, we're just animals. That's why we do this stuff. Right? And you just can't even hold yourself accountable. Like, why do I keep stabbing her with my penis? Not any explanation for it. Why do I want to stab her with my penis so badly? You can't, there's no answering of questions about sex. Because that implies that there's some explanation beyond just, well, that's just us being stupid animals. So don't try to explain it. Like, why is that bull humping that cow? Well, because that's what animals do, you know? They hump each other. Why is this bull so obsessed with sex? He's got 11 cows, and nevertheless will fight to the death any dude who tries to fuck any single one of them, when he could just spend his time fucking the one cow and not worry about the other 10. Well, because he's a stupid animal. That's why. I mean, it doesn't make any sense what he's doing. He spends too high a percentage of his time fighting and less of a percentage of his time fucking, because he's determined to have exclusive fuck monopoly on all of these cows. So he's not done an impact calculus. Even if we accept that fucking these cows is an absolute value that is the ultimate value, like, no matter what, even if it kills me, only I shall fuck all these cows. You're way over prioritizing fucking cows at that point. Fucking cows should be lower on your list of priorities. But even if it is that high on your list of priorities, that's not a good way to maximize your cow fucking time. So, that just proves you're a stupid animal. Anyway, we're all stupid animals when we're fucking, but if I just fuck one cow and know which cow I'm going to fuck forever, then my map is properly put over there on the shelf when I'm fucking. And under any other circumstances, like I was saying, my map's going to get all crinkly and covered in cum. And then it's going to be like, oh, God. I look at this thing all the time and now it stinks like cum. God. I hate that. It's like, you know, when I get all gacked out and like have sexual intercourse with Rachel but then don't come, and I get like this weird like sex obsession. Like, no, but now I have to fuck you all the time. Well, when that little bit of thing ends and I finally come and it's just like, I go, thank God, now I can stop thinking about sex. And the thing is, when you're in that weird position where you're like your body's forcing you to think about sex, not only is it forcing you to think about sex, it's eliminating from you the knowledge that you don't want to think about sex until you're done fucking her, you know? And finally, okay, finally, now Rachel, let's have a regular relationship where I'm not like pawing at you all the time like an animal, you know? And I'm not talking or thinking about sex and being weird and like, The last 12 hours have been awful because I didn't even realize it, but I've been an animal the last 12 hours. Like, I've not been thinking about things. I've just been behaving sexually with you. Thinking about how I want to put my penis there and that way or whatever. It's like, that's stupid animal shit. But when it's got the hold on you, you don't even realize how stupid it is. And that's all you want to think about. So just hurry that process up and let me just get these 7 pints of man seed out of me that are causing me to do this as quickly as possible, because I want to do mushrooms on live stream. I don't want to do this. You know, it shouldn't take that much attention, that much time out of my life. But unfortunately, if you add enough Adderall and fucking, well, if you add enough Adderall at first in the Adderall cycle, unfortunately, it naturally comes with this animalistic interest in sex for a little while. And at least I've learned, okay, look, Eric, don't waste 4 hours trying to find the perfect clip of porn that deserves your load. Just get this shit over with. You know, at the end of that 4 hours, you're going to think, thank God I really was selective here about, because that was a good orgasm. You're going to go like, oh my God, did I just waste 4 hours trying to find exactly the right piece of porn that really deserves my load of cum? Oh. Okay. Animals, I wish I'd never become a werewolf. I hate that time, those times that the moon forces me to change into an animal, because if there's one thing we know for sure, the difference between people and animals is animals are stupid. They never think about interesting things. They think about, I'm going to eat that, I'm going to fuck that, whatever, I'm cold, I'm hot. They don't think about interesting things. They don't even live stream at all. They have nothing to say. What do they get? Trouble's the most interesting cat I've ever encountered. He's got a lot to say. But the reason he never live streams is because he doesn't have opposable thumbs. And ultimately, he always, whatever he's saying, nobody can understand it. It's just different meows of different kinds. He's got a whole range of meows. Like, I've never heard so many distinct meows from a cat before. And so much determined. He's so much a dog. He's lying right here, you know, in front of my feet like a dog. He follows me around like a dog. And he's like a dog with Capillo too. He's almost like a little chihuahua when he's right next to me to Capillo. I have trouble, stop this shit. And he kind of looks, he's super, I swear, but something cats can never ever do. Cats will never look where you're pointing. But I think this cat has the ability to learn that. Okay? He didn't demonstrate it yesterday, but he demonstrated something to me that suggests this particular cat might be able to learn to look where I'm pointing. That's how dog-like this cat is. It's the most dog-like cat I've ever encountered. He's a wonderful little man. He's an important gentleman whose majesty and glory can be denied by none. Also, he definitely wears the pants around here. In other words, because I'm sure if we had him from when he was a little baby, he'd be just like maximum dog. But because we got him late and he is a cat, he has boundaries. And if you cross them, you will bleed. But he communicates quite well about his boundaries. He gives me a little look. Boundary area, careful there. Remember, I don't give more than one warning. Sorry, Mr. Trouble. I forgot. I've now got many bosses in my life. The one cool thing is, I don't have to listen to Rachel's boss, Peter, but she has to always do what he says. I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing up? You know, like 6 in the morning. I had to feed Peter. Peter came and demanded breakfast. It's like, I didn't even hear him because I'm so conditioned to ignoring peacock sounds that only sometimes do I hear him. Peter's calling for me. But, you know, this is a woman who, you you better have a good reason if you're going to make her get out of bed that early. But she is complete slave to the peacock. Just like the cat made me get out of bed. Not only did she make me get out of bed, but she made me carry her here because I know that the dog, Trouble, is going to yap at her when she arrives. So I have to carry her here like a princess and put her in an elevated spot and put food right in front of her. And then, put more food on the plate for Trouble because he likes to eat half of the food and then demand more. So that's how my morning started. My morning starts when I'm told to get up and do shit abruptly by cats. Rachel's morning begins, but she goes right back to bed when she's told abruptly, get up and feed me by a bird. And then, like last night, I couldn't go to bed until fucking Tiffany was done fucking Fishman, which took hours. It's like, talk about, now I get it, like Perry has got some challenges he's got to overcome as a dating candidate. He does kind of look like a fish, and he is kind of green and slimy, and a lot of girls really that's a deal breaker for him. But still, I would not want to be Tiffany's boyfriend because she is not going to go easy on you with either her demands of what you do, nor her critiques if you're not doing it right. So if you've got self-esteem issues as a male, I don't know, she would not be a good girlfriend to have. But even if you don't have self-esteem issues as a male, and you go out with Tiffany, you will have self-esteem issues as a male. Because she's going to do nothing but critique and command until you, or if you're Perry, until you basically cry. And then she goes, oh, it's okay, I cost time out of you. And then force you to eat her out underwater for 4 hours. So, well, I've never been a fish man. Maybe that's what they're into. And it wasn't for the reason she articulated, but because of his gills, it is true that he never needs to come up for air. According to Tiffany, of course, it's because his green skin means that he uses freaking photosynthesis to breathe. But regardless, she was right in her conclusions that he doesn't need to come up for air. And she takes full advantage of that. Anyway, I wasn't allowed to go to sleep until all of that business was done. I had to stand outside the door because she might scream periodically for more almond milk. And then scream at me for to get out of there because she's obviously having sex with her boyfriend, you're still all loud. I had to deal with that for 4 hours. So I've gone from a reality of no bosses to a reality of just constantly being bossed around by people all the time. This cat, that bird, those fish. I can hear them yelling at me right now. Hard! Get our hearts, burn us fast. You forgot about us this morning. I'm sorry, fish. My bad. Didn't I feed you? If you don't remember, feed us again. Okay, my bad. It's just, I'm like a good Japanese person. I just accept that there's Sama, and that's Sama, and that's Sama, and I'm a lowly Chun. Chuns don't question why they're just Chuns, unless people are Samas. They just affirm, no matter what. Sama's always right, and it's my duty to make sure the Sama's right when he's wrong. There is no other way to interpret anything except as how it manifests as your duty to the Sama. Okay? Might say, I like flowers. Okay. Is it your duty to like flowers? No. Does the Sama benefit nevertheless from you liking flowers, even though it's not your duty? No. Then it's your duty to not like flowers. Japanese culture in a nutshell. It's okay to like things that aren't your duty, even if it's in disagreement with the Sama, if your motivation is to help the Sama because you see where the Sama's wrong. In any other context, what the fuck are you doing looking at those flowers? You should be paying attention to the Sama. Fucking Japanese people. You people are here. I forgot about you guys. How you doing? I'm Eric. Please, I'm happy to see you're here. Welcome to my party. I forgot this was a party that I invited people to. I've been over here talking with the plants. Which, I gotta tell you, try it. Each of these plants is very, very interesting. That one's more interesting than this one, but they're worth talking to. You know, give them a shot. Anyway, I talk to objects a lot, and some of them are more interesting than others. With some of them, it's like they're treated as just like not even people by everybody. And some of them really don't deserve that because they've got a lot of interesting things to say. but not most objects don't have anything interesting to say, but like, and sometimes you'll be completely surprised. Like, just it turns out this is one of the most like captivating conversationalists I've ever met. His stories of shit that's happened to him, you would not believe the stuff this clip has been through. And the way he tells it is captivating. But just looking at it, you'd think, that's not interesting. You'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. It's a very old clip. It looks a lot younger than he is, but his tales of the Spanish-American War are both thrilling, chilling, and spine-tingling. Not all of those, not both. There's 3 things. So you should talk to that guy. Just listen. Don't even talk to him. Just listen. Just listen. Okay? A lot of times, people think, oh, I gotta say something. You know, you guys just listen to what things have to say to you. This thing has got a lot of fascinating stuff to say. Anyway, you people, right. My girlfriend's among you, so I should really pay attention to you. Hey, there are those other meat things that are around my girlfriend. Cool, they must be cool. Or threats. Those are the only 2 possible things, because they're around my girlfriend. She's usually got pretty good taste, so... In fact, she's got spectacularly good taste. And that exists independent of being my girlfriend. It has to, otherwise it's not good taste, right? Rachel doesn't get a pass about being right or wrong about art. Ever. We're just never in a disagreement, really. Except, and when we are, it's easy enough for me to say, well, I understand why we're in disagreement here. You value NE more than I do. And other than my disliking this flavor of NE, you're right, this is pretty great. You know, it's usually like that. Like Talking Heads is a spot where we disagree. We don't have a lot of art disagreements. And a lot of times, she definitely understands that and why something's shitty way before I do. Especially when it comes to like TV shows and stuff. You see her starting to endure right away. I'm like, no, this seems pretty interesting. I'll give it a chance. I got to experience it some more. Okay, Eric, you don't need to take any more bites of that thing that you're eating to recognize that it's a piece of shit. It tastes a little different than shit I've tasted before, though. I'm not sure it's shit yet. Let me just... Oh, God. But, you know, it could be just a really gross brownie. Let me just make sure. Oh. Nope, that's definitely shit. Rachel was right. She never said it was shit. I could just tell by the subtle, very subtle indication that I'm bored. That I didn't look at, but out of the corner of my eye, I just can't avoid recognizing it. So, okay. But once again, Eric, girls get bored by fun stuff all the time. So, you can't listen to girls about fun stuff. This is fun, maybe. Hasn't been really that fun so far. There are lots of good indications that what you're eating is actually poo. And girls may be wrong about interesting stuff all the time, but that's Rachel, and she's pretty much not ever wrong about that. So when she is in it's girly stuff, that's true. Like I came out the other day and she was watching this anime thing. I was like, oh, let's watch it. It's for some girl anime, I'm sure, which means it's porn. Oh, fuck, I gotta do that thing. Oh, no, that's later. Never mind. I thought I had that thing, but that's not for until 2. That's why I took the mushrooms when I did, because I figured I'd be unmushroomed enough by 2. Let me just triple check my calendar to make sure nothing's starting right now, because that was usually the sound that my phone makes when it's like, oh, it's 3. It's not even 2. It's at 3. No, okay. That sound, whatever it was making, was not. There's something happening right now that you're supposed to be at. Sound. It was a different sound. It might have been the same sound, but if so, they're being reckless in using that sound. Anyway, it's too hot in here. It's like somebody needs to fucking take out this jacket already. Ugh. You were necessary earlier when I felt cold. Now you're just a burden. But I don't mean to speak harshly to you. You did a good job of keeping me warm while I needed you to do that. And you are nice in one color, so let me praise you for that. Good job being just one color. Makes you go with anything. Okay, so what were we talking about? I don't have to be sane until 3 o'clock, so we can talk about whatever you want. But you guys all asked me to talk about all of this stuff that I'm talking about, right? I'm assuming that all of these answers, that there are corresponding questions over here that match up. Even if it's just coincidental, we'll pretend like the answer was because of your question. If, in fact, I've not been answering your questions, can you please put questions now such that what I'm saying would be an answer to those questions? That way we can both pretend like I'm engaging with you. Which is the important thing. We just need to put on a show of that. We don't need to actually do it. These are just paperwork we have to do. According to the state, I have to engage with you at least 30% of the time. So, that means you guys need to make up questions that make whatever it is I'm doing seem more like engagement. That way I can check that box on the paperwork and prove to the state that I'm fulfilling my unfunded mandate to engage with you 30% of the time. So, get to it. I'll read those questions later and make sure that I'm sure they're fine. You should pretty much put any question, because whoever's checking this is not going to check that hard to make sure that my answers are actually answers to those questions. Just put like, how long does it take to get to Lake Placid from here? It'll be fine. Because most of what I've been saying is a very long preamble to the answer to that question, which I'm about to give you. I'm about to give you the answer. And this will prove, if you just write that question, please, real quick, this will prove that I've been engaging with you 100% of the time. I've been answering your question about But just taking the long way. I mean, this is the scenic route to answering your question about how long it's going to take to get to Lake Placid from here. And the reason it's had so much preamble is there's been a lot of discussion about where here is. Finally, after many hours, I've determined that here is where I am. So, how long will it take for me to drive to Lake Placid from here? This is the question I want answered, Google. Already, you suck because you made me type too many things in. And this new this new keyboard is hard. Like, I don't know if my fingers are used to the old keyboard or whatever, or maybe these keys or I just maybe something about this keyboard. I have more typos with it. I don't. But the other keyboard has like sticky keys. 43 hours is the answer. Okay, government? There. I engaged with my audience. It'll take 43 hours to get to Lake Placid from here. I hope you're satisfied. Now, can we please get back to work? God. These regulators, they take up more and more and more of our time. We're trying to get shit done around here. I don't have time to check your government okay boxes. I've got important work to do. I gotta fix relationships with this jacket over here. I was a little harsh. I blamed him for me being hot, and I should have blamed me for not taking him off. Now he's sulking over there on that chair. But the reason I was so short-tempered is because I got all these fucking government regulations about fucking audience engagement. There's just like the biggest headache since labor unions. I'd rather have the goddamn EPA breathing down our neck. Because after all, we don't produce anything. Thus, it's hard to get us on environmental violations, They might say, hey, you're emitting all this waste. I say, aha, I fooled you. That's just metaphysical waste. You guys in the Environmental Protection Agency don't have jurisdiction over that kind of waste. Unfortunately, it's those fucks at the Audience Engagement Regulatory Committee that have got me by the balls. Fine. Fuck it. I guess your regulation has forced me to do what you want me to do. I'll do real engagement with the audience. God, just so it's like there's no good way around it, so I just end up having to read what you guys are saying. It's just easier to do that than to fucking fake it, They didn't buy my Lake Placid thing. I got the reply from the government. They said, that doesn't count. You cannot make your whole monologue engagement by just telling people how long it takes to get to Lake Placid from your house. Even if one of them wrote the question there, like you said, it was way after the beginning. And it would need to be at the beginning for you to actually claim this whole time you've been answering that question. You didn't even set it up right. You should have thought about this before you started. That I've always been retarded about that kind of shit. So, anyway, they didn't buy my Lake Placid thing, so I guess I gotta start reading what you say. Alright, let's see. Just bite the bullet, Eric, and just read what they say. And it's like, okay, let's find out. It's hard to read right now because it's like this is a wrong distance. Like, glasses don't help. because the screen's too far away. I can read it, but the letters are kind of like wiggly because I'm on mushrooms. I'm not your boy toy, Jonathan Basanti says. Well, that's fine because you must. I get why you're confused. What I was saying is Jonathan Hisanti is my boy toy. His name just sounds a lot like yours. That's why you're confused. Let's see what Karma's Pimp says. It's just he's been getting a lot these last couple of weeks, Lou. Oh, you're talking about the mushrooms. I haven't been getting some a lot. I just got them twice. But I've been eating them a lot. I mean, I get to eat them a lot more often than I get them. Because when I get them, I get more than one eating's worth. In other words, I don't eat a whole bag of those things in one sitting. First of all, they're disgusting. Second of all, I don't like to trip that hard. And these mushrooms that I got this last time are really strong. So you don't have to eat that many of them. There's still like 2 or 3 eatings worth in there. I figure once, like Rachel's the one who said, let's eat it on the 4th of July. I eat it without Rachel, but if Rachel eats it, well, then I'm just going to eat it too. So it's like, I'll eat them without Rachel, but Rachel's never going to eat them without me because she doesn't want to do it by herself. If there's only one eating of it left, she doesn't want to do that and have me not trip. Although I'd gladly do that if the situation were reversed. And if there's more than one eating left, and if she wants to eat them, well, I might as well eat the other eating right then. So it's like, that's just how that's the dynamics of the getting and eating of things that happens between me and Rachel and those little bags when they're filled with that kind of mushrooms that we are eating. But look, if this is a brand, get this brand. I don't know if it's a brand or not. These things are phenomenal. These are the best mushrooms I've ever had in terms of strength. I don't know if it's a brand or not, but like, look at these little fucking devil things. This morning, I took out like a 1 cap and this little thing. I was like, oh, I'm not eating that right now. What is this? It's like, okay. Just this. It's like just this is going to both probably make you puke your guts out and trip hard. Just as one little thing. That's how good these mushrooms are. Is that a cap or a stem? So, what is that? Is that a cap or a stem? That's beyond cap and stem. There's a demon nugget of whatever. You can just tell. Okay, that's a good thing to note you have, but remember, when you eat that, there is no puke point where they decide whether you're going to puke. You're going to puke. Just give it up. The thing is not meant to be eaten. Your stomach cannot possibly have that in it without going, oh, fuck no. You are going to puke. So, now, let me continue. The government's riding my ass again. I keep getting these calls. You're still not engaging with the audience, Eric. You're like those people nagging me about the phone. Just stop, government people and phone people, with your reminding me of things. Okay. Now, let's see. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to now instead of going back in time. And then I go just back a little bit. It's too daunting to go back too far and realize I got so many things I probably. I start right here. Eric, would you say it's necessarily the case that a non-full moon is unspeakably evil? Yes. Necessarily, always and forever. Because if circles are good and circles are good, and the moon has the capacity to be a circle, which it does clearly since it demonstrates it once a month, then it needs to stop fucking around the other 29 days. It's like, if you hired somebody to hold a sign that says, come eat here for 30 days, and 29 of the days it's pointing at other restaurants, you would say, not only are you not doing your job well, you're anti-doing your job. You're sending people away from my restaurant. You are unspeakably evil. Well, the moon's guilty of exactly that. It's like purposely not doing its job 29 days out of the month, or 27 days out of the 28-day lunar month. Don't correct me about months versus lunar months. Stop it. Just stop it right now. Who did that? Was it you, Winston's mom? It was probably you, or Lou DeFay, who was yelling that from the audience. I heard it, I didn't read it, but I can tell that's what you guys are thinking. Don't correct me about stuff like that, okay? I don't like being corrected about niggling details. If it's important, correct me, but otherwise just leave it be. Okay. JB, wait, your family line has to come a long way to gain the importance and glory it possessed during the peak of the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine family's history is pretty incredible if you read the whole thing, because they were this close to unifying the Byzantine Empire and the Roman Empire via time travel before Rasputin killed a key member of the family and they fell into disrepute. Jonathan Byzanti is finally, centuries later, begun to put the family name back in good graces, mostly with his important work as a partner in BS Films, Byzanti Strauss Films, for which we'll both end up getting stars on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. They just said they can't. The guy who they used to put it in there currently is on vacation for Pride Week. So we have to wait indefinitely. Because Pride Week, at the end of Pride Week, you go, okay, well, I'm guessing here, I got two choices. Either my pride has to stop because I'm being controlled by the word weak, or weak needs to change because my pride's ongoing. I'm going to take the latter choice, and therefore we need to wait indefinitely because he's on vacation for Pride Week, and until his pride ends, the week doesn't end. And I agree that that's a fair way to do things, but that's why Jonathan and I have to wait. We were pretty excited when we first got the letter. You are getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame for your important seminal work with BS Films. Jonathan and I hugged, we danced, we did that thing where we put one arm in this thing and we go around in a circle like this. You know? But we were both expecting to be, you know, we were picturing ourselves getting our pictures taken with the star and stuff. And it could be fucking 5-6 years before they get around to it. So it's like, it's not really that exciting anymore. When it's just, eventually they'll put it in. When they do, you don't even care anymore, you know? But it's enough of a disruption, it's like it gets you off task, too. It's kind of a buttfuck, really. So anyway, engagement, right. Sexy body. I do have a very, very sexy body somewhere, I'm sure, but I cannot remember where I leave things, ever. Eric, would you say, oh, I've already read that. I'm going backwards in time. I don't read things Rachel says because she's just doing the work of, she's like she's like me. She's like the mirror of me, right? She doesn't say things to be interesting because she's got other things to worry about. Like making sure everybody feels as though they've been recognized as having arrived and that their contributions are valued. So that even though I'm not paying attention, you guys still feel like you're being paid attention to. And now I am paying attention because the government's making me. So here we go. Hopefully, forced government attention is not any less sweet than real attention from your perspective. It shouldn't make any difference, but we'll see. I keep going backwards in time, though. That's the reason is because I don't like all these little things. It's like, these aren't things to read. These are like little things. Now, there's something to read. This reminds me of the brilliant film idea I had of a single mother pays her bills by selling stolen Hollywood Walk of Fame stars. That's a great idea. I like it a lot. But I think what we should prioritize is our production list here is the story of, it really, I think there's a big market for this right now. We could sell it to Disney or something. We need to produce the film, though, first. The film of how a guy who's a regular YouTuber, he goes to the thrift store, and he thinks he's being funny. He buys these little dolls, he makes a little voice with it, and then gradually over time he realizes that she's more real than he is, and all of a sudden, before he knows it, he's trapped in that little plastic thing, can't say anything, and she's taking him over. And then the only person who realizes this is necessarily the case is his girlfriend, who's an INFJ, and she's struggling to figure out how to convey the complex truth of this matter to everybody. Meanwhile, Teferic, who's is improving the shit out of Eric's life, acquiring all kinds of things, including a whole stable of slaves, because she's so convincing to everybody she meets that her interpretation of finders keepers is the determinant matter here. After all, she did convince me eventually, after a lot of peggings that I had to endure with her tiny strap on, that the reason I'm her slave is because she found me. I have to accept that eventually. Well, so then finally Rachel figures out a way to switch us back again, so that Tiffany goes back into Tiffany and Eric comes back into Eric. And when he comes back, oh, thank God you got me out of there. And she's like, yeah, I could have gotten you out a lot sooner, but look how rich we are. Because if there's one thing that brazen, action-driven stupidity does, it's like, guess what I want? That's going to be a great movie. As regular Eric, people go to the donut store who are used to regular Eric showing up with his dolls sometimes and having fun. The next day, show up, go to us! Hurry up! God, why don't you sell all of our car? We do have one. That's not all of our. Yeah, it's clear. It comes in a bottle. It says vodka on it. That's almond milk. They just misspell almond milk all the time for some reason. This stuff is just some sort of white stuff that doesn't even taste like anything. Just some sort of like, they must make this out of, I don't know, cream cheese? Eric, is that you? Or what happened to him? Just give him a shot. Here's 50 cents. We have it. Okay, goodbye. But the takeaway here is they are accepting the 50 cents and are happy with it. Because it doesn't matter if they're happy with it. Tiffany's concluded they're happy with it. So she's happy to have made them happy. I was so happy because they were being fussy, but I was like, huh, Texas, now be happy with it. So, obviously, I just walked away, but obviously, since I told them, they're having a party right now. Actually, thank you, man, for telling them to be happy instead of sad. God damn it. Alright, let's see here. Back to engaging with my beloved audience in a regular way. No more silliness, no more and whatever, okay? Just, we're going to be very serious. We're going to talk about serious things. I only really get power naps. Well, they're more efficient than manual naps, but they're also louder. The current moon phase for today is, that's a particularly egregious form of the moon. It's just like, here, take a little sliver of what you're owed. All it does is remind you how much they're shitting on circles. It's like, why don't you just go desecrate an altar with the real Virgin Mary sitting on top of it with her legs spread? You might as well. Don't even call yourself a moon. Call yourself a debased mockery of what a moon should be. Phase. That's just another way of saying excuse for being shitty. Okay? Accept that. Moon. You claim to be the moon. The moon is round all the way around. Not partially like a line or not have these little points on it. That's not the moon's job. Nobody said, I want something pointy when they said, let's hire a moon. Nobody said that because moons aren't supposed to be pointy. They're round. Like a circle. You know, if you're going to be a square, that's fine. Just apply for a job to be a square. Don't pretend to be a circle. Like, you know, on the job interview day, the whole circle showed up. And we're like, hey, great, perfect. It's a circle. It's not, it's always 80-20 when you're hiring somebody. We're not necessarily thrilled about these black kind of things on the service, but we've already come up with an idea. We're just going to call them oceans. That's good enough. We'll just pretend they're oceans. Anyway, the point is, you are in fact qualified, and you're the best candidate we have. Great. Except, he didn't tell us he's only like that one day a month. We found out after we had signed the contract that bound us to pay him for 17 millennia yet before we can look for a new moon. It was originally 20,000 years was the contract. I said, look, don't you think we should have a probationary period? But the other people in the HR department were like, nah, I'm tired of looking for a guy. Look, okay, let's just think about this, Eric. Let's pretend we did do a probationary period. And let's say he didn't work out. Then we'd have to go through this whole fucking find a guy to do the moon process again. So whatever, even if he does a shitty job, I'm sure it's going to be fine. All he's got to do is be a circle. How hard is it? He doesn't need a probationary period. But do we have to sign the contract for 20,000 years? Can't we just like do 100 years or something? That's not how moons sign contracts. It's in the moon union language. They only sign contracts in units of 1,000 years. And is generally considered not a living wage to give them a contract for less than 20,000 years. So it's just, I mean, we should be consistent with industry standard. I'm like, okay, whatever. If we're doing things for stupid reasons, just leave me out of it. I get those reasons, but that's not the... You're missing the point. Why do we even need a moon? What's wrong with this empty sky that we have now? I get that there's not much light during the nighttime, and that it would be kind of cool if we had like a night light that wasn't super bright like the sun. You could still sleep, but you could still see kind of. That'd be nice. But is it really worth all this hassle? I'm mostly sleeping at night. If I can see a little bit, then I'm going to feel like I should get up and do things. Just leave it as it is. No, they said. No. Everybody benefits if we get a little bit of light at night. There's stars already. That's not enough light, they said. Okay, fine. So we get this big bright circle, sign this contract for 20,000 years, only to discover he only does his job 1 out of 28 days. Fucking cretin. And then you can't even do anything about it. His fucking union guy is there busting your ass about OSHA rules. I can't even get up there. How could I possibly be responsible for his work environment? It's your tone. It's hostile. I'm hostile because he's not doing his job. Still, you can't have a hostile tone. You have to sound nice no matter how hostile you are. It's in the union language. Before we allow ourselves to even consider what you're saying, we have a whole set of tone evaluations that you need to pass before you're qualified to talk to us. Well, how else can I get my employee to do what I want? First of all, you need to drop that condescending tone. Here's a set of papers explaining to you all the tones that are unacceptable. Keep in mind, we've gone over it already, and it is true that almost every tone you use is unacceptable, but you do have 2 or 3 available that you could use and be in compliance. And then maybe we can discuss your, what we like to call, observations of difference in what you perceive to be what you'd like the moon to do and what the moon knows its job is. Okay, I'll read through your tone document. Let me try this again. Hey, it is so amazing working with you guys, both the union and the moon. And I am so thrilled to have the opportunity to provide this performance review. This glowing, let me tell you, this moon, all the things he does are fantastic. There's just this huge list of them. There is included a couple of areas of concern that we'd just like to float as possible things to discuss. If it's okay with you, union rep. Better. Okay, come sit down. So, first, present your list of glowing observations and performance reviews of the moon to prove that he's already got an A+. Then we can discuss the possibility, maybe, he might want to work on some kind of extra credit question. Because he's doing you a favor, okay? It's the only way any kind of change is going to occur. There's never going to be any accountability for the moon because he's got a union rep. And the union rep's job is to make sure that moon not be held accountable. And while the moon may be shitty at its job, ironically, the union rep is incredibly good at its job. So, which is the worst job to even have. It's like, why does that job even exist? But it does. To protect workers' rights, it says. Well, that's not workers' rights. It's just preventing me from holding the moon accountable. And there's nobody else even trying to hold the moon accountable. So it's like, look, there's already very little interest across the whole world in holding the moon accountable. So why the moon would have a union rep to further prevent him from being held accountable is it's just like, okay, can you just please let me talk directly to the moon instead of through you? No, because last time we did that, you yelled at him. It was over the phone, and he heard it, and it made him feel threatened. Therefore, you were threatening him. I was not threatening him. He felt threatened. I just said, do you know what your job is, and why aren't you doing it? You didn't look at page 87 in the tone book, Eric. That's not acceptable. Okay. Look, I know that you, Mr. Dr. Union Rep Esquire, within your beneficent graciousness, have it within you to forgive me that tone violation. And you know what? I'm just going to stop even bothering. Forget it. That's how unspeakably evil shit is, right? It's like, not only is the moon fucked up, but it's got mechanisms in place that are effective to prevent me from holding it accountable. That's what the very definition of unspeakably evil is. To be fucked up and purposely put mechanisms in place to prevent me from holding you accountable is the very definition of evil. No matter... That applies across every... scales, okay? It applies to everything. The definition of evil is fucked up plus accountability avoidance. And unspeakably evil is fucked up plus successful accountability avoidance. And accountability means Eric gets to yell at you and you have to listen. You have to sit there and endure it. It's like Rachel's dad was robust in his non-fragility and endured accountability delivered by me. Rachel's mother is a scoundrel of the worst sort. She's fucked up and doing work not only to prevent herself from being held accountable right now, but to undermine the accountability process in general. Rachel's brother, same thing. Scoundrel. Unspeakably evil. Because they're fucked up and they're doing everything in their power to not have to listen to me. That's unspeakably evil. I get it. We all do fucked up shit sometimes. And I get it. It's never fun being held accountable for fucked up shit. But you don't seem to get it. Everybody has to be held accountable for fucked up shit. We don't expect you to be perfect, just accountable. And by accountable, I mean everybody has to, if they do fucked up shit, listen to me yell at them. No matter whether they can understand me even. So, when those neighbors were making too much noise, they couldn't understand me. But they did their job. They listened to me yell at them. They did not avoid accountability. They did not run away. I respect them. We all make mistakes, but we only make unspeakably evil mistakes when I don't get to yell at you about it. When you prevent me from yelling at you about it. Because then it's like you're protecting evil against me. And I only want to get it because it's evil at all. Don't protect evil. Don't shelter and don't aid and abet our enemies. Okay? That's what you do every time you try to prevent me from yelling at you. You aid and abet humanity's enemies. Because look, it's not like I'm any exception. I have to get held accountable too. The only difference is I'm not such a fucking coward about it, and I'm very used to it because I'm always making mistakes and fucking up shit or whatever. So it doesn't seem like a big deal when I get held accountable. So people don't really remember those instances that much. But believe me, there's plenty of yelling going on. It's just usually me yelling at myself because nobody really else can hold me accountable, right? So I have to be yelled at too by me. Everybody has to be yelled at by me because nobody's perfect and everybody makes mistakes. And the way to get forgiven is to be yelled at by me. So just accept that reality. If you don't accept that reality and you're trying to avoid getting yelled at by me, even though you totally fucking deserve it, then you are unspeakably evil. I will have nothing to do with you except to, and I will have nothing whatsoever to do with you until and unless you say, okay, fine, hold me accountable. If you don't ever do that, then you are just unspeakably evil. It's not like I get mad at people who don't deserve it. I'm trying to get along with people. I'm trying to go on a vacation with Rachel's mom and Rachel. I'm trying to facilitate Mom and Rachel's time. I'm not trying to get between you and family. When Rachel's dad comes, no, you guys need your time. Let me get out of the way. Let me take you to wherever you want to go, facilitate it and whatever, and come pick you up. And I'm not going to get in. It's like, I'm assuming you're not going to be a threat to this woman I love. And then, as soon as I go away with Rachel's mom, she tries to pull this shit. This totally unacceptable shit. In which she's using her relationship with her daughter like a bargaining chip. And then, when she realizes, oh shit, I did this in front of Eric. Oops. I didn't quite yet understand because I'm unipolar just who I'm dealing with here. And gets called out on her shit directly and immediately in no uncertain terms. She runs away and locks herself in this little room and then desperately tries to continue to engage with Rachel on the condition that she never have to hear or see me at all. No, bitch. You don't get to pull that shit, walk away, and avoid me forever. It's like Rachel and I are a team. If you want to talk to Rachel, there's a good chance I'm going to be sitting right next to her. I don't trust you anymore at all to talk to Rachel because you successfully maneuvered and manipulated her for too long. And I've seen firsthand now, because, I'm stupid. I can't believe things until I experience it myself. Now that I've experienced your fucked upery myself, instead of just knowing about it from Rachel saying things, and Rachel never even condemned you. Rachel was always just like, I have too much experience with, people just got to experience it for themselves, and until they do, they're going to be fooled by my mom. So she didn't even bother trying to shit on her, right? But, she'd periodically say, well, I really wouldn't trust my mom much over you. But I'm assuming, well, of course, but she's still your mom. She's not unspeakably evil until she actually is in front of me. Then I go, oh my God! Why isn't anybody here stabbing this awful cancer? How has this cancer persisted this long? She's like 70 years old or whatever. And nobody's stabbed it yet. Well, the reason is because she's unspeakably evil like the moon. She's got constant union reps around her, preventing her from being held accountable. They're called her efforts. And she's good at that. It's like, she may be shitty at everything else in life, but she's extremely good at preventing me from holding her accountable. What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Evil people, that's their skill. To successfully be evil, you first must master the skill of not being held accountable. I have read so much of your chats now out loud. They're so rich and chewy in my mouth that I'm almost ready to take a break and say some of my own things. Let's see what's going on over here. Can you get the moon fired? Now, there's a good suggestion, Kermit's found. If we could get a seductive comet to fly close by enough, and the moon were to snap it in with its gravitational pull, we might have a case. But if we got found out that we set that up, it would be catastrophically bad. So we just have to kind of hope that naturally happens. I don't think it is, because this moon doesn't care about anything except its own fucking little wallow, apparently. No, man. I change shape all month. I'm not this or that. You can fly by me. I'm not gonna bother you. Moon's like that, you know. He gives smoking weed a bad name. He's constantly smoking weed, but unlike me, it seems to make him lazy. Meanwhile, I'm very busy here, complaining about it. This is how you should smoke weed. This really reminds me, I'm not smoking enough weed. I always have to remember to smoke it these days, it seems like. Because it doesn't get me high, really. So I tend to forget to smoke it. But it's important. It's important to smoke enough weed, because otherwise I'd be lazy like the moon. Now let's see what we're saying over here. That was a good suggestion, though, Congressman. But I appreciate you trying to help. See, that's trying to help. Instead of like, but the moon can be whatever it wants. It doesn't have to be a circle all the time. Like, for a little while, I had this meeting with Sasquatch, you know, and he was like, hey, I really wish I could just say lines and not this kind of caveman voice. It's kind of demeaning to Sasquatches. Shut the fuck up. I hired you to play a Sasquatch. And everybody knows Sasquatches are stupid and talk like cavemen. So you get out there and be a Sasquatch, okay? Take your woke shit for wherever. I don't want to hear it. Because, not because it's not true, because I didn't hire you to do that. And when you took the job, you agreed to be Sasquatch, not yourself. The fact that my perceptions of Sasquatch are offensive is irrelevant. You had that information and chose to ignore it when you accepted the job and the money. So just go out there and be Sasquatch. As I understand Sasquatch, not as you understand it. If you want to be Sasquatch as you understand it, you pay me to watch you be Sasquatch. Freaking stupid Sasquatches. This is proof that Sasquatches are a bunch of stupid idiots who should talk like cavemen. I think this is kind of a hostile... Yes, it is a hostile work environment, because you keep wanting to not talk like Sasquatch. So if you do your goddamn job and talk like Sasquatch, we wouldn't have this problem. You wouldn't have any hostility from me. Hostility you get is when you're not being the proper form of Sasquatch. We haven't had any problem since. Now Sasquatch and I get along fine. In fact, he's completely stopped talking regular. Now he's accepted that was just a phase. Now he just, in all of his life, talks like Sasquatches should. I've successfully trained him that his uppity aspirations to normal talk are inconsistent with his ontological limits. You are a Sasquatch, stay a Sasquatch. Did you just say Rachel never is held accountable for anything? No, I mean, the problem is that Rachel was held accountable all the time for things she shouldn't have been held accountable for. And now, I'm trying to hold those fucks accountable, and they're running away like little bitches. That's the problem. Run. You can run for the rest of your life, you fucking little bitch. So afraid of being held accountable. It's okay to be yelled at sometimes. It's necessary. We all fuck up. And it's important that when we fuck up, somebody yell at us. When people don't accept that, they're unspeakably evil. And it's like, somebody's got to take on the job of yelling at the bad people. No, it's like, it's my nature to do so, so I might as well do that job. It's not like I want to do the job because I'd much prefer there not be any evil people to yell at. It's like, I was expecting to have a nice, pleasant trip with Rachel's mom here. I didn't know she was thinking of it as a chance to use her evil dark triad shit again. Until I got to see it in front of me. No. It doesn't matter that I'm 100 miles away in LA. You do that shit for a second. Rachel calls the set to confirm. Because she was, what do you want to call it? Bruleed in that shit. She's a little bit unsure about, is this an example of that? Or is this the more innocuous thing that's not that looks very similar? Like, no, Rachel, that's totally bullshit. I'll be right there. I just driven 120 miles or whatever back to Los Angeles, and her stupid mother doesn't get that we're a team, right? It's just, well, she could pull some shit, and that if Rachel called me, I'd be annoyed because I just got back to LA. God damn it, Rachel, why are you complaining? No, Rachel and I are a team. I'm always going to side with Rachel and worry about Rachel's well-being. And when you do something fucked up, the first thing Rachel's going to do is call me and find out how fucked up it is. And the first thing I'm going to do when I realize it's very fucked up is drive down there to yell at you. And then if you think you're going to use that to split Rachel and I apart, you have no idea of any fraction of an idea of the strength of people who actually love each other in healthy ways and their connection with each other. It's like when Becky tried to get between me and my dad with her emails to my dad, threatening to sue him because she didn't like me talking about her on the internet. You're not going to get my dad mad at me. You're going to get my dad to say, who's this crazy bitch? And is there anything you can do to stop her from me? Yeah, I'll show you how to block her thing so you don't see her emails if you want. He didn't even ask me about any of the things that you kept saying about me at all. He told them about me doing drugs and all those things. He didn't mention any of that shit. He's just like, who is this crazy bitch? Because we're family, fucktard. We care about each other, not about your stupid shit. You're not going to get between us. Evil fucking people think they can get between family members because they don't know how strong an actual healthy family relationship is. You can't get between people who love each other right. It's impossible. There's no way to turn my daughter and I against each other. It's literally impossible, no matter how fucked up the shit you're doing is. And yet they don't understand. They think it's some sort of weak thing, like them. I guess they're just projecting their own weakness onto the world. Of course, Becky anticipated that telling on me to my dad was going to get me in trouble with my dad. It did get me in trouble with my dad in the sense like, why is your shit causing me to get emailed? And why is this bitch threatening to sue me? But he didn't get mad at me for like doing drugs or whatever. I don't even think he considered those things that you said. First of all, they weren't news to him at all. It's not like he doesn't know who I am. Like, this fucking crazy bitch thinks she can tell a bunch of my secrets to my dad. That's why I don't have secrets, you stupid cunt. I'm not vulnerable to that. I'm totally transparent and honest for exactly that reason. So nobody can ever exploit my secrets against me. Meanwhile, that's also a good sign of a healthy family, right? That we're not mired in a bunch of secrets. There's not a bunch of lies and posturing between us. When I yell at my dad, he goes, and then I come back and apologize. He goes, what are you apologizing for? That's just how you are. You always yell at people. He expects me to yell at people. And that's why he doesn't let me go with him to lots of places. Because he knows I'm impatient and will yell at people. He won't let me go with him to all kinds of things because even though he should, he especially won't let me to go to things that he should have me go to instead of him. Because those things that he correctly knows that I'm going to get mad about deserve to get yelled at, not interfaced like he does. Don't worry about the outcomes and getting what you want ultimately. Those fucks need to be yelled at. Super annoying, these Firestone people. They're exploiting my elderly father. Go down there, he's like, look, let's just take the cars down together. I'll pay for we get your freaking headlight fixed. You keep ignoring this problem and it bugs me, you know. I'm like, I hate Firestone, but fine. And what do? Before I know, they call me and say, okay, well, we think your front two tires could be replaced or they're kind of worn. I'm like, no, we're not replacing the front two tires. So what do those fuckers do? Then they call my dad and ask him if he wants to replace my front two tires. And he says, yes, of course. And then they order tires that I don't need, that my dad has to pay $500 for, and he feels like he's doing something useful. But I know those fuckers. They're not helping. They're not being useful. They're just exploiting my dad's stupid ESTJ-ness. I hate that fucking place. The last new tires that my dad got put on, it came to me leaking. The last new tires I didn't want and didn't ask for, that my dad somehow finagled getting on my car, one of them, the new ones, was leaking. When it came back to me, like from the Firestone, like straight away, it was already had a slow leak. Like the next morning, the light was on. I'm like, oh, you fucking fucks at Firestone need to stop fucking fuck-ups so much. I hate you. You always do something to piss me off. Like, one time I got the car back, like, okay, look, hey, we went to Firestone, no problems. But I gave them my car with the clock 1 hour behind. I got it back with the clock 2 hours behind. So, even though they did everything fine that time that they were supposed to do, they just had to do something stupid to fuck with me, I guess. So they made the clock more behind the time. If you're going to change the clock, why don't you fix it to the correct time? Don't make it 2 hours behind, then it's never going to be right. The way I have my clock strategy working, it's correct half the year. The other half of the year, I adjust an hour in my head. Now you've got me adjusting 2 hours, and that's like too much hassle, so I don't even look at that clock anymore. You fucks. Well, last time I went down there, and with my dad, like I said, and they did a couple things that actually needed to be done, like getting the headlight fixed, and then it do enough for an oil change, fine. And they tell me it needs to have all the brake fluid replaced because I'm not experiencing any braking problems, note. And I'm like, well, just replace it. No, they do the whole flush thing. They probably called my dad afterwards and got him to agree to it. Anyway, but the one thing they do good, finally my clock's on time. Now I get the car back and they fixed the clock thing. It's no longer 2 hours behind. Now it's on time. Which of course confuses me the first time I look at it, but that's fine. It's to be expected. I can adjust to the fact that it's correct now. I'm not gonna blame you for fixing my broken clock because I was used to it being broken. Regardless, like that shit. I don't want surprises involved with my car fixing place. Do what I tell you to do. Don't. And here's a surprise. I don't want a surprise. Your surprises are not things that I want. Granted, it was a nice surprise that the clock is fixed, kind of, I guess. But I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to eliminate all surprises, even knowing that that's going to get rid of some of the little good ones. Because almost all of your surprises are fucking shit. They're terrible surprises that I don't want at all. They're like, oh, and we did this other stupid thing that you didn't really want in this other expensive way that we didn't really need because we're fucks and we want your money. And now pay us before we give you back your car keys. You fucking people. One of the more satisfying times I went into Firestone was when I went in there by myself. Normally I wouldn't go there if I were going by myself because I know them. But on this particular occasion, for some reason, I went there. And I said, here's what's wrong with this fucking thing. Now, I just want you to clean the fuel injectors. Yes, I know there are these other problems that also make the car do something similar. But the reason it's undrivable right now is because in addition to those problems, the fuel injectors are clogged. Just do the fuel injector cleaning. I don't want your fucking diagnosis. I know what the problem is. Now do it. And after much dealing with me saying, look, retard, you have a service available for sale here, it says, right? Fuel injector cleaning thing that you do. I want to buy that. Is it actually for sale or is this a lie on your sign? You don't get to know for me first. Sorry. I know already, and I don't trust you. That was a satisfying time I went to Firestone. That was a long time ago. Where I knew already exactly what I wanted. And I know their shit. So as soon as I started in on it, I fed it right back to them in the most unpleasant way they could possibly do to take. And then they're like, okay. And then they did the thing. And just like I said, the car worked fine again. Fine enough, right? Yes, I know there's all kinds of fucking problems with this car. There's been all kinds of problems with this car ever since the fucking cops broke it when they arrested me in Oklahoma. And like those blowouts blew out all these sensors underneath the car. And there's all sorts of reasons why it's not driving perfectly. But the reason I'm not satisfied with it right now is something I already know. And it's something specific. And it's something you purport to sell a solution to. So don't talk to me about the other shit. Do what the customer tells you to do and what I'm paying you to do and nothing else. You know? Fucking people. I don't want your goddamn surprises and I don't want to know what you know. I don't care what you know. I'm not making decisions on what you know. I'm making decisions on what I know. If I don't know enough, I will hire you to research something for me with your diagnostics and stuff so that I can know more. You keep trying to be both the person who knows and the person who knows what to do with the knowledge. Fuck you. First of all, I'm always going to be the person who knows. All you can ever be is the person who tells me information, and then I know what it means. Okay? You don't get to know what the information means. To me. Because it's my fucking car, and I don't trust you. I do trust you to report accurately what your diagnostic says. And I trust myself to know what it means. You don't get to know what it means. I didn't hire you to know what it means. So just run your fucking diagnostic, tell me the information. Well, sir, I highly recommend. I don't give a fuck what you highly recommend. I'm not here I didn't come in here and say, you know what I want? I want a bunch of recommendations today. I don't want any recommendations. I want you to do what I say and stop trying to do jobs that are my jobs for me that I don't want you to do. People and their ways. Now look how old man get off my yard you made me. You people at Firestone have turned me into a guy who's mad at children playing on his lawn. Why? Because you and much similarity to the moon, are unspeakably evil. Actually, they're not unspeakably evil because of the nature of the thing. They have to stand there and listen to me yell at them. So they can be unspeakably evil because they don't get to run away from me. They're on the clock. So that's the beautiful thing about commerce and capitalism. Prevents unspeakable evil because if you're at work and somebody's holding you accountable, the only way you can really avoid it is by quitting. So, that's the beautiful thing about work and capitalism and all that shit, is that it disallows certain forms of your bullshit. Type please Scott Adams, please. Does he have the ENT? Does he make a YouTube video? I mean, is he a YouTuber? Scott Adams? Isn't he the guy who makes Dilbert? I don't know what type he is. A cartoonist? Somebody who at least believes he's got amusing observations to make about workplace dynamics? I'm not sure if they're good or not. I haven't really looked at it enough to know, but I know what the gist of it is. Like, he's that guy. It's like a tech guy at a corporation or whatever, and kind of surrounded by idiots, But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter what setting it is. You're always surrounded by idiots. It's just the nature of reality. You're constantly surrounded by idiots. No matter where you go. You're supposed to not even notice it anymore. You just assume that everybody's an idiot and start enjoying yourself. You just accept. It's not even a sin. You just accept that everybody's an idiot. And remember, oh yeah, I don't care. I'm here to have fun. And idiots are way more fun than smart people, usually. Idiots know how to party, if nothing else. It's like, I'd way much rather hang out with Chris from the Whippet store, who's a Christ-like idiot, who knows how to party, than I would some professor at wherever who's talking about literature or something, who probably doesn't know how to party very well. And if they do party, they probably party wrong. Oh yeah, you can party wrong, for sure. In fact, it's impossible to party right without occasionally partying wrong. That's how you know exactly. That's how you keep track of how to party right. You gotta check what too much is periodically by going there, almost, at least, so you remind yourself, okay, that's not fun anymore. And you gotta remind yourself what too little is as well. All right, that's not fun anymore. So everybody parties wrong sometimes. But, that's one of the reasons why, except for Chris from the Whippet store, it's one of the reasons why he's Christ. He always parties correctly. That's one of the magical things. Only Christ can be perfect about partying. The rest of us are fallible mortals. Sometimes we get it wrong. It's not a condemnation of partying that sometimes you get it wrong. It's a condemnation of partying wrong. Oh, right, Dilbert. Scott Adams, is that his name? I liked Calvin and Hobbes a lot when I was a kid. And I also liked Garfield a lot. I thought Garfield was hilarious. Which is weird because even as a kid, I usually had good taste in things. And I'm pretty sure Garfield wasn't actually hilarious. I mean, I get that he didn't like Mondays. And that he did like lasagna. I guess it's just my F bipolar finding his His brazen mistreatment of everybody amusing. It's basically like proto Tiffany. I'm fat. I don't like Mondays, and fuck you, John Opie. That's basically Garfield. Who's this cute little kid around here? Fuck you too, normal. I'm Garfield, motherfuckers. Get me more lasagna. I just, because I found that funny, it's like, I still find it kind of funny. Like this cat just shitting on everybody around them, and everybody going, well, well, we don't really have any choice but to put up with it because it's Garfield and he's FI. Now, I didn't like the relationship between Gargamel and Azrael at all. I didn't think that was a good person-cat relationship because the person was always yelling at the cat. It's supposed to be the other way around. Cats yell at people. People don't get to yell at cats. People serve cats. They are our masters. We are not their masters. If we were their masters, they'd be working to feed us. It's like, don't get everything in life backwards. Obviously, the people who don't have to work and just lie around all day and be fed when they demand it by servants, they're the masters. Doy. The rest of us who aren't that are serving them. We're not the masters. It's easy to determine who's the master. They're not doing any work and they're enjoying all the benefits. That's the master. That's the only meaningful way to define it. How Scott Adams got hypnotized by Trump come to his Dilbert-shaped home. Okay, why would he have his whole house look shit? He sounds like he's too attached to one project. Way too attached to one project. Just, come on. I get it. I love Tiffany a lot. She's my favorite character at the moment. I don't want to shape my house like her. I mean, she might insist on it, and don't let her hear it, because God damn, your mom make your house look like that. I gotta try to figure out how to make my house look like Tiffany. And then even if I did it perfectly, she's like, that's not what I asked for. I said, make your house look like a Christmas tree. It was like last night, right? She said, make my beans. You want beans for dinner? Yes, I want beans. Just make it, shut up. And I made them. And she's like, oh, what is this disgusting stuff? I said, it's beans, what you asked for. Beans are little and white, and you put boy sauce on them. This is also a ball of little poos. And she fell in it because she was drunk. And I was like, kind of froze for a second. When she came back up out of the beans, she had all these beans on her hair, you know. And of course, don't just stand there! Fucking clean it! What are you doing? Serving me poo and then just let me fall. And I clean it. That's not clean! God! I said, okay, well, you want me to make you something else? Who would want to eat when I have pop on their face? Go inside, take a bath. I'm just not even hungry anymore. Call Fishman. He's got work to do. So, you know, I ended up, she told me to throw that bowl of turds away, but I actually ended up eating it myself because why let all those beans go to waste? She was clearly to me talking about rice, but the lesson there is I've gotten the names of beans and rice backwards my whole life. And it's one of the many lessons I'm learning from Tiffany. But regardless, I'm aware of her arbitrary ways, so I wouldn't bother trying to follow such a big command to make my house look like me, because 99% chance she's gonna forget all about it within 1 minute. But this is what makes her scary. There's a 1% chance that in 6 months she's gonna be like, okay, I've given you 6 months, show me the progress. You'd be like, what progress? On what? Making your house look like me. You haven't even mentioned it in the last 6 months. Why do I not know? I told you 6 months ago. You said you understood. I've been assuming you've been working on it this whole time. And it's just like, okay, I gotta confess, I just never even tried to start it. And then you're in for a fucking extended pegging. And it's basically just, you just squat there and feel this sort of vague, this thing on your butt for like 4 hours. And listen to her going, take that, take that, take that, on that, on that. Because she's just not scaled properly to do the amount of punishing that she thinks she's doing. Because she's also not aware that whatever it is she wants to do is subject to a scalar dimension. So, but it is still punishment. It's boring to squat there for 4 hours. And just listen to Tiffany's odd form of quasi-verbal abuse, like, that's your proof to you, you're too big for your britches. You're to knock it off. Because you know what? You stink. So that's not even helpful feedback, Tiffany. Because you don't, if you meant I literally stunk, then that'd be fine, but you tell everybody you don't like that they stink. So, I mean, you haven't smelled most of them. So I know you don't mean it that way. You've never smelled Andrei Vasilevsky, but you insist that he stinks. Same with Serena Williams. Same with Jennifer Aniston. Who was the other person that you really didn't like? Oh, a lot of people I don't like. Yeah, it was somebody specific I was thinking about the other day. Anyway. Don't worry about it. Oh, you'll hear about him again. So it's well enough for me not to like him. I'm not gonna just let that go. That's why I write all those letters every month. Dear Andrei Vasilevsky, you stink. Exclamation point. Envelope. Well. To the top of my lightning, top of my Florida. Attention, Andrei Vasilevsky. What's a stem So I put it to the post office. The lady takes it. I say, there, take that, Andrei Vasilevsky. It makes me feel a lot better to know that I got him good. But his damn fault is so terrible. Why do you hate Andrei Vasilevsky so much? Hey, it's just, it's like you're just don't get in the way of those pucks. You're not on the right team, and you're in the way of the puck going onto the basket. Only somebody, not people who do that, or people you can tell, you stink! She makes a really good point, Andrei Vasilevsky. I'm convinced. Andrei Vasilevsky does stink. Oh, tell me, little brain. Tom Vincent's a stink, but you stink. Prior to me, doesn't it? Nobody ever stank. The whole concept of thinking that exists until I introduced it. I found thinking, it's mine. Finders, keepers. You better agree with me, or else you may be subject to a harshly worded letter from me informing you that you stink. It's like, what's that chick's name? A Hilton lady? Paris. Paris Hilton's, that's hot. And she thinks that she came up with it, right? She insists that she came up with it and wants to, like, trademark it and shit. That's Tiffany for you. Are you questioning what I say? Honestly, that's me we're talking about. Yes, I came up with it. I come up with everything I say. I'm the first person ever to say to somebody, and the reason I said it was because it was true. I said this guy one time started giving me an attitude. I said, you're tall back for your bitches. Before that, nobody ever said that. That's mine. Also, you better bet I am. I made that up. That belongs to me. It's my trademark. It's my get ready to rumble. It's my Carlton dance. A form as intellectual property, people don't understand the law of finders keepers still applies. But also, the law of finders keepers and Tiffany equals created it also applies. Oh, Tiffany, if we live by all of your rules, we'd never be able to figure anything out. We wouldn't be able to figure out what we're supposed to do. Fortunately, we don't have to live by all of your rules all the time. We can just say thank you for that and be happy about it. Alright, now where are we? Uh-oh, crisis, red light blinking, empty packing trash, no more packing site. Oh dear Lord. So everybody set up the alarms. Everybody get ready to panic. Begin the freaking out now. Everyone should be screaming and flailing all their limbs. It would appear, and I feel quite confident in this statement, that I am out of cigarettes. Shh. Your wailing sobs are too loud. They are annoying me with their coughing. I know it's terrible that I'm out of cigarettes. No, I get that. I understand how terrible that is. Believe me, if anybody understands it, it's me. And I appreciate your sympathetic grieving, but your violent sobbing needs to be done either elsewhere or a lot more quietly. I appreciate the you got my back and all that stuff, but can you do it further away from me? Eric, the only reason those people were sobbing so much about the news of you not having any cigarettes is because you instructed them to do all that stuff ahead of time. Yeah, but that wasn't really what I had in mind, what she was doing over there. I thought, not that though, That's kind of that doesn't really work. That's the right kind of sobbing. Could you sob more green? It's kind of a reddish sobbing right now. Looking for more of a bluish green sob. Like, you just don't get it. You're not an intuitive like me. Get out of here. Wait, that's it. Really? Now you've lost it. Well, I guess it has to be authentic or something. Never mind. See you later. Yeah, she's walking away sobbing. Yeah, if only she could have brought that to the performance. Well, some people will never learn. Funny Saturday Night Live skit, right? You got this director going, okay, so what we're looking here is the character's going to make an announcement, and we need to see everybody's just shocked, appalled, crying, sobbing. I want like big displays of horror and anguish. And so, head action. And he shows the scene, and there's all the actors are being mourny and sobby, and oh my god, no, and all this stuff, right? And the one who's doing it maybe best. The rest of them are doing a terrible job. That's it. Or just a mediocre job is fine. You know, cut. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I thought I was supposed to sob, right? Not that kind of sobbing. Okay, look. Give me more of a bluish green sob. Like, I'm not sure what that... Oh, God. Marilyn, come here. I'm talking about the casting director or whatever. Can you talk to this woman, please? Okay, so, look. I know he can be a bit difficult to work with, but what he's really looking for from you is a lot more blues and greens in your sobbing. I still don't know what that means. Look, just try it again. She does a much worse job this time. No. Okay, I'm sorry, we can't use you. Out. Replace this person, please. Then she starts sobbing on the way to the door. And as Marilyn's going off to replace her, we go, hold up, Marilyn. Get back here. Now that's what I'm looking for. Oh. And you lost it. Can you do that for me? No. I guess it's got to be authentic. And then she goes off sobbing again. And you go, like, to the casting director, if only she could have done that on performance. The end. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. She couldn't sob right unless she was genuinely sad. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The director gave her instructions she couldn't understand. Because they didn't mean anything. Do you get it now? Like that. That's the kind of blue and green I'm looking for. And she does the exact same thing, but it's on command. No, now there's way too much red in it. I'm sorry. You've got to go. And she does the exact same thing right away. If only she could have done that after we said action. It has to be the exact same thing every single time. First, you say, I want it more blue. They just the exact same thing. They go, no, now it's got way too much red in it. Then she runs away and does the exact same thing. And they go, wait, that's it. She goes back. And she does it again. And they go, no. That's... That was not authentic. That's not real. They send her away again. It's exactly the same thing. They go, if only she could have done that when we needed it, you know, at the appropriate context, something like that. Isn't that a good idea for a Saturday Night Live skit? God, I'm writing these things for them for free over here. They should hire me. I'd be better than what they got. And I'm not complaining about what they got. I'm not saying it's bad. But I have a lot of faith in my... You know, I know which of the Saturday Night Live skits are funny. And most of them aren't. Most of them wouldn't pass my muster as a writer That idea is not going out there at all. We've never gotten that way. So I know I'm better than most of the writers they have there because I would never produce such a high percentage of shit in terms of writing and script and skits. The Great Saturday Night Live skits are fantastic. They're genius little works of art. And the vast majority of them aren't that. But I get that also there are... Well, I mean, they could really use me as and I should be in charge of it. They should make me like Lauren Michaels. Because I'll do some writing, very little acting, but mostly it needs to be structured differently. It needs to be structured in... It needs to incorporate a lot more short things that obey the laws of their comedic lords rather than anything else. What Mindy's Club has taught me is that funny doesn't last long. You know, you gotta... There's an optimal number of less than 15-second long stories that comprise an entire scene. And it's not very big. And when you're talking about a complete funny thing that's made of multiple independent parts, the whole thing, whether it's 45 seconds or 55 seconds, makes a huge difference. So, artistic concerns are scalar. That is to say, they do scale. They are subject to the scalar scale, which means it's like you can't have a big pause here in your media, but you also, the same size pause is magnitudes bigger at a smaller time frame. But in terms of how language works, what I'm saying is this: boring scales, whereas other elements of a thing don't. So it's really hard to explain because I don't really fully understand it because it's an NI art thing, but doing Mindy's Club is teaching me so much shit about how to write comedy, because there's a lot of... You need to say a lot in a very little amount of time. Even if you have 15 seconds, you probably shouldn't use that whole 15 seconds. That's a lot of time. That's too much time. You've exhausted your funny before then, probably. If you're just talking about what you might call a comedic sentence in a comedy paragraph that comprises a one-act comedy play of very short duration. But that needs to be complete in some kind of story arc sense that is subject to that scalar quality, which is to say, you can, if you do a big thing, you can build an arc with out of a lot of stuff, and the arc is strong. The arc is just as strong, even though it's only built out of little stuff, because it doesn't matter how many things it's built out of. It just matters that it's a proper arc. So, what I really want to do is write a book explaining comedy. Is my some of my favorite times in life are figuring out and explaining why something's funny. Like, at that point, you're no longer incurring the risk of the funniness of the funny maker, which is to not be funny, and the reality of the funny maker, which is that moment's over now. You're merely enjoying the distant and pleasurable FI relationship of the scholar looking at it. So if we examine a joke like I made the other day, so my new boyfriend, he wrote a book. My boyfriend wrote a book on the use of bears in Hollywood. My new boyfriend. So this new guy I'm dating, wrote a book about the use of bears in Hollywood. You mean your gentleman caller is a gentle Ben scholar? So if we look at that joke there, the problem with it is the reference is dated for me. So it's very dated for people younger than me. It's not even my era. It's pre that. But it's not quite old enough to get that like mutual reference as a history object that's not relevant into either of our lives, but has survived as a history object in big enough resolve that it still is a reference point for both of us. So problem one is it's not that far away in time yet. Problem two, even if it were that far away in time, it's not that big as stark and resolve. So a lot of people aren't going to get it, and even if they do, it's going to have that therefore necessarily, unfortunately, this precious quality of being an inside joke. It is not a good thing ever. So, so that's one of the problems with it. Structurally, it's a great joke, but I didn't deliver it in its proper structure because it needed more editing. The proper joke is in its leanest form. No matter what, you don't try to add little extra funny things here. It's not a salad. Croutons won't help. Comedic wisdoms of Eric that are not themselves funny but are true about funniness. Oh. The following is true and not at all funny, as we've discussed. I don't have any cigarettes. Not even one. I have... and these butts don't even look... They're so unappetizing. Look at them. I don't want to smoke one of these things. Do they look appetizing? No. They're not even good butts. Like, this is the best one of them, and look how short it is. This one? I guess I'll smoke these things, but they're not very appetizing. If it were like a big, nice, juicy butt, I'd be like, hey, there's a good-sized butt. That'll hold me for a while. That'll be good. That's almost like a regular cigarette. These things are like, oh. Even though you get like 2 hits of tobacco over each one of these, and then you're going to be like, it was awful taste, barely satisfied my urge to smoke, and just reminded me how much I really want to just go get more cigarettes right now, instead of doing this. Just jury rig this in the meantime solution of yours, Eric. Because you don't feel like going and getting cigarettes right now. And sometimes, this mistaken way of being, I fuck up. Like, I'm carrying on like this, and I got a typing at 9 o'clock, and I go, I gotta make sure I get cigarettes before typing. And I don't. And then, I got a whole typing session, just like, with this little bowl of butts here to deal with, and... well, that's what you get for being a fuck around Sue. Eric, that's exactly what you get for sitting here and fucking around indefinitely and preferring to fuck around even to the important job of getting cigarettes. Then you get stuck for a whole hour now in a thing where you expect to smoke cigarettes during it and you don't have any. And it's annoying. And you can't even complain about it because you're working for somebody right now and you're busy being a good employee. I am a good employee because why? I respect the fact that my job is to do what you have paid me to do and not something else. That you probably don't want my surprises. Yes, I'm doing your job for you, but hey, listen. Since I have you here, now listen to me play you a song. No, you don't want my surprises any more than I'd want your surprises. I'm here to do the job you expect me to do and you paid me to do as well as I can because I've accepted your money. I've probably already spent it on whippets. So, I have to do that in order to get those whippets. And regardless, it doesn't matter why I accepted it. Once I said, yes, I'm taking this money to do this job, we both know what job you paid me to do. That's the only job I'm going to do. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. I'm not going to try to give you little extra surprises. Even if I think they're nice treats or whatever. I'm not going to say, and here's a free pen. Because I respect the fact that now you don't want this extra. Now you have to deal with this object. You might have as much trouble as me in dealing with these objects. I don't know. Maybe you have a stout relationship. Maybe you're a stern object dealer with her. Like, yeah, okay, thank you. And then as soon as you get outside, you throw it away. That's smart, right? Now I don't have to think about that pen anymore. But most of us, unfortunately, we aren't people of that much character. We don't know what to do with this object. And therefore, it becomes this sigh-inducing thing in your pocket that isn't what you're looking for, And you go, no, I don't want this. Is this again? Oh, what am I going to do? I guess I'll put it in my other pocket. Just throw it away. But it's a pen. There's a lot of times when I need a pen. It's a useful thing. Well, I know, Eric. When those times occur, you won't have it in your pocket anymore. Let's just face that. Let's deal with that reality. The fact that it is useful for me to have a pen. And there are many occasions when I think, damn, what I need is a pen. Plenty of instances I can think of. But that doesn't make the pen that somebody hands me and I put in my pocket a good thing to retain. It should be thrown away as soon as I accept it because it's very unlike the amount of journey of attention, the attention I'm giving it before it could possibly ever be useful versus its actual value versus replaceability. Just throw it away. You're already giving way too much attention to this fucking pen. You put it in your pocket, and you're going to have to touch it many times and deal with it.
I noticed that there was, an email, and it said, can we do 7 o'clock? I don't know if it's the same person who is at 3 o'clock or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you cold?
Ching? No. I was before.
Are you okay?
Do I?
You sound a little like...
Man.
You sound a little...
I think I'm getting sick.
You sound a little thwacked, actually. You sound like somebody just had a bunch of...
I do. I kind of feel like... I kind of feel like not myself.
Well, you're probably getting COVID. My dad has it.
Yeah.
And you do take a lot of medications, too, so... it can kind of make you it's the crackles. I was talking about the crackles. Being talking about the crackles. I don't like the crackles.
I don't like the crackles either. And I think I have a bit of the crackles right now.
I had them yesterday for a stretch of time,
Yeah.
If you don't know what the crackles are, the crackles are when you're being super, you're being super like clinchy, and like, and like when you're sitting, instead of sitting, you find yourself lifting yourself up off the seat, and all squirmy, and unable to physically feel, unable to ignore your body's gackiness.
Yeah.
Basically, they're the crackles. I don't like them, but it's hard to deal. They're not really. Probably the only thing you could do to get rid of them would be to exercise. I probably could get rid of them by just jogging around the block, but the crackles, they also cause you to be antithetical towards real. Okay. Yes, master. Oh, I'm sorry, I was ignoring you. Oh, my wonderful and true kitty friend. You are the friendship of Feline Town. Bring us the softness of love. With your fur in so gray and white here and wet, and eager and violent eyes. You say that Treble has eager and violent eyes?
Yes.
I agree. So, I was going to smoke these things. Put a lot of attention already into discussing them. Because no matter what it is you're doing, what really matters is the discussion part. So, when I make hilarious jokes, what really matters is that they enable me to explain later the mechanics of hilarity. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, it is. It is wonderful. Just like this angry eyes kitty. Oh, angry eyes. Scary eyes cat.
He is scary.
Well, he's got his eyes convey it all. You just got to look at him. This is one weird area of intuition that seems to be more of an SI thing than an NI thing, is reading animal body language.
Oops.
But why don't you ask me to help you with that instead of just trying to do it? If something's too tall for you, ask me to help you. You're not that tall. This room is ridiculously tall and has many shelves that you can't reach. So just tell me to help you do it. Just say, get that for me. You don't even have to ask me, just tell me. It's fine.
I'm trying to see if
You can even-
the COVID test.
Oh, my dad has an extra one inside.
Oh yeah?
Okay, just ask him for the other one. He's got
Okay.
the second one. But yeah, I unfortunately, I do think I threw them away.
I think we did too when we were cleaning up, cause like we were like,
Who
yeah,
fucking
we don't
cares?
need this.
Well, the thing is, who cares, right? It's like, if it's COVID, if it's not COVID, you get sick. You got
not-
sick, you
yeah.
know? Well, people get sick, and it's like most of the time, all of our lives when we get sick, we don't care what kind of sick it is, unless it's some kind of thing like cancer or whatever.
Right.
If you've got a cold or flu-ish thing, you don't give a fuck what kind it is, do you? They all experientially are the same in varying degrees. They've got these various vectors. Some of them are more coughy, some of them are more sore throaty, some of them are more phlegmy, some of them are less phlegmy as we experience it, maybe. But who cares what kind of cold or flu it is? It's like some kind of cold or flu. It's like once you've established that it's not cancer or something genuinely threatening or, then you go, okay, if this cold or flu gets bad enough that it requires hospitalization, that does sometimes happen, I'll deal with that then. That's how one deals with cold and flu-like things.
Meow.
That's why they have medicine called cold and flu medicine. Because it doesn't matter what kind it is. the symptoms, the experience of it is the same, and therefore getting rid of those symptoms, treating them, is generally applied. And we can always assume that if it gets super bad, it's going to be along one of those vectors. So if you're going to highlight one of these kind of cold and flu-y things as particularly dangerous, you've got to do more than establish that it's particularly contagious. And just by the law of large numbers that some people die of something, and this is particularly contagious and everybody's going to get it, then we're going to be able to put together this large pile of death numbers that's particularly threatening, right? You've got to establish that it's not different than some kind of cold and flu thing. It's treated with the same, some kind of medicines, like cough medicine versus like make your nose not run medicine versus spray to make your sore throat feel better medicine, whatever. Those kind of assorted medicines, which are symptom specific for a reason. Because general cold and flus are head and chest issues that are temporary.
He's sleeping, so I'll ask him in a little bit, like.
Yeah, you seem unwell.
Oh.
You're shaking.
Really?
Yeah, I think you have a fever.
I do.
You do have a fever. You're hot. Take some fever reduction medicine like Advil
Okay.
or Tylenol. One of those two.
One of these two?
I'm not sure about naproxen sodium regarding fever. So take Tylenol if there's Tylenol in there. If there's not Tylenol, there are Tylenol PMs. Those are fine too, but you're gonna get sleepy. But you're already sleepy anyway, so take Tylenol PMs. Yeah, take a couple of those. Tylenol PM. I'm getting reckless. I'm taking Tylenol PM during the day. That is reckless. You might get sleepy. I know. Good thing I don't got anything to do. Well, I do have something to do with 3. And I'm not the one taking them, but regardless, you get the point. It's an allegory. It's an allegory for the hero's journey. From birth, lowly beginnings. Time is the fool. Where am I going? Why is this little dog with me? Oh my goodness. All the way to his zenith moment when he ha-cha-cha-cha, the card trick in front of everybody. And then, oh no, I'm in front of the church. I have no money. Eventually, the end. I hope that was clear. Please, I just want to please get the general message out, because I can't say it to people when they do to me in the moment as clients. Please try to avoid saying if that makes any sense, because I really have to. I'm just like, I just can't. I'm your employee on the clock. I'm trying to do the job you paid me to do, right? You did not pay me to explain to you how fucking annoying that is. Yes, what you're really saying is, do you understand me? The answer is always yes, okay? I understand what you're saying, and I may or may not understand what you're trying to express, because you may or may not have said something that was clear. I don't need... But anyway, that's giving you the benefit of the doubt that you're being polite when you say, if that makes sense. What you really mean is, did you successfully catch the ball I threw? Without the benefit of the doubt, I don't want you to hand to me the presumably FE positive thing that I get to decide if you know if you're making sense. You have to know that before you say things. Okay? I'm it's not my job. It's not my job to know for you if you should believe you're making sense. And that's the problem with that whole question. If that makes any sense. Or whatever it is. Not a question. It's like a conditional. Or the even worse incarnation. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense? If that makes any sense? Does that make any sense? You're the one who said it. Don't try to pretend like it's not your responsibility to determine whether it makes sense before you say it. It's just, I don't like that. Just stop it. Whatever you say, and sense making by me, and whatever, I need nothing else in between it. It doesn't need to be this piece of thinly sliced mayonnaise poo that I have to deal with. I don't like that. Just get that away. I don't want that part. I don't like that sort of pretense of incompetence that's so clumsily rendered. In order, it's like you don't need to display to me that hard deference like that or whatever. Even if you want to display that to me, like be super low key subtle about it. Like, don't worry, I'm gonna be deferential, but I'm also like not gonna be dorky or something, you know? I don't know. But whatever reason you're doing it, there's a lot of things that people say that, like, you know, or whatever, various other yiddy-yas that people do that don't bug me at all. For some reason, or various reasons, that thing bugs me. If that makes any sense. Don't add that to the end of things. I don't like that. It's like, don't engage the subject of sense making so casually. Don't conditionalize things like so casually. You're playing around with if. You shouldn't be playing around with that word. And especially if you're talking about sense making. I don't like how you're using those tools. Just put that back over there in the grown-up tools section. Just don't include that part in what you're saying. If you could use those grown-up tools, you wouldn't have said that. Just conditionality and sense making is not your thing. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Just put them back over here in this toolbox over here, and you don't come over here to that tool area. Don't talk to me about epistemology so casually. You know, it's like sense making is important. It's not just something you. It's like the Lord's name, right? He's not supposed to use it in vain. The process of making sense is sacred. You're acting like you spend no time at church. And I'm supposed to appreciate that. You're gesturing the wrong kind of gesture. Or the wrong flavor of the right kind of gesture, potentially. Okay? I'm a real FE aficionado. And I also, what you might call, not aficionado, but a connoisseur. Right? I have very particular taste in the kind of FE I want. Okay? That flavor was not right. What about your FE, Eric? No. I'm the connoisseur. You're the thing I'm connoisseuring. So just knock it off. But later on, you're going to be on stage and expect us all to clap. At that point, you are the people who are honored and correct to be. You're honored and correct to be listening to me. And applauding just proves how smart you are. But right now, I'm connoisseuring your Effie, and I don't like that flavor. I don't like the flavor of Effie that says, if that makes any sense. That's all it is a wafer of Effie. It doesn't. That's what's so irritating about it. You don't get to use the important business of epistemology in your Fe wafers like that. It's like, it's just shit. It's just a shitty, like, mass-produced Fe wafer that's just like, ew, I don't want to eat that thing. It's made out of, like, whole grains or something. It's gonna be gross. What it really is like mayonnaise. That's the thing that comes to mind. It is the mayonnaise of talking. People think they can put it on anything, if that makes any sense. It never goes in on anything, though, and tastes good. It's always just this extra gross thing you have now added to the thing that you're trying to eat. It's exactly like what it is, really. It's perfect analogy. You look like you're feeling quite unwell.
He said that he's gonna get it for me, so I figured come back and wait here for it.
Well, sure, whatever you want to do, but what I'm saying is you should probably get into bed.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
if you think he's coming with it shortly, then fine.
I don't know. I just saw him at the garage, and I let him know that I heard that he has a second one, and I asked if I could use it, and he said, yes, I'll go get it for you. So
why don't you go find him and get it from him?
Okay. Alright, and if he comes in here just by chance.
Oh, you want me to help you do it too, probably, huh? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, bring it in here, I'll help you do it.
Okay. And if he comes
in here, I'll get it from him.
Yeah. Just let him know. Yeah.
I will handle all of that stuff.
Thank you.
Fear you not, my darling.
Thanks.
Right, I know why I have my keys in my hand. Because I'm heading to destination land. A land where tobacco is full in size and not mostly smoked and not prized. Namely the gas station where I can get more cigarettes, but. Seems like I should probably just stop streaming now because, like, shit's going down, like, Rachel's getting sick and I should give her the test. But then if I were to do that, I realize, well, it's not so much that shit's going down as something happened and you need to get cigarettes. Namely, you needed to help Rachel with her COVID test and now you need to get cigarettes. It's not like indicative of a pattern of shit happening. But that's how I'm likely to interpret this sort of thing. It would be possible to describe everything scientifically. It would make no sense. It would be without meaning, as if you described Beethoven's symphony as a variation of wave pressure. Einstein. Well, an easier way to say what Einstein's saying is we shouldn't describe everything in terms of science for the same reason we don't measure luminosity in terms of pounds. It's not the right language. So the correct description is not a scientific one. If by scientific you mean numerical, using numbers, using quantification languages for lots of things. That's just all there is to it. There are dynamics that can't be accurately mapped with that mapping tool. And it's silly to think that everything should. Only people who have no idea how to map would make that insanity, you know? Seems completely insane that anybody would think you should only use one kind of language to describe everything. You need to have one explanation that subsumes all kinds of language. That explains it. It doesn't. I mean, we need one explanation, the scope of which encompasses all kinds of languages. In its explanation of things, at the zoom level, that at which it explains things. Obviously, you can have a map that lets you zoom in and out, like Google Earth or whatever, but you can't at any moment be looking at something on a map dynamically. You may engage the map dynamically in order to look at something on the map that's fundamentally not dynamic. They may try to introduce some dynamism to it, maybe like graphics that move around, or maybe a live feed or whatever. But the point is, the fact that it's on the map means you're not looking at it to experience it, you're referencing it for information. And as a consequence, the only way you can reference it for information means it's only useful when it's static. Hi, Dad. Okay, so I guess she didn't find you. Maybe she went inside to go to bed. Okay. She's not feeling well. How are you feeling?
Moderate. All right.
She's not in here right now.
Dr. Wiley, I would be good if she was. Two things.
Hold on 1 second. Anyway, so I've got to go because I have to go scold Rachel. I'm a little mad at her right now. And administer this COVID test to her. Rachel's been fucking with shit in my dad's part of the house. We don't get to control or touch at all the thermostat. She knows this. She did it anyway. We don't get to eat the stuff in there or use that part of the house at all. Basically, we don't just assume we don't go in there at all. My dad, whatever my dad says about you, feel free to whatever. the rule that we have is never step foot in there without some express purpose that has nothing to do with changing or touching things in there. She knows this. But I guess she wanted to have some cereal. And she didn't want to say, Eric, let's go buy cereal. So she went in there and touched the thermostat, and she ate cereal in there. That's two things inside his part of the house. We have our own parts of the house that we can do our own thing, and we have all of our stuff we need to do here. She does not need to go in there at all. And my dad's like, well, no, Dad, look, I get it. You're SIing. You want your environment to be under your absolute command. And so you've sectioned it off for us and afforded us everything we need to not need to access your shit at all or touch your stuff. That's exactly why you've structured everything like this. And yes, we need to respect that. It might seem like to other people that the scope of the crime is minor, a bowl of cereal or touching the thermostat. But the problem is, it's not, because the rule is so clear and absolute. So when you have a clear absolute rule, it doesn't matter if you break it a little bit or a lot. There's no such thing as that. It's just, you just don't do that shit. You just don't go in the house. You don't eat fucking cereal. You don't touch the fucking thermostat. Because why? When you every bite of that cereal, you should be thinking, I am choosing right now for Eric to listen to a conversation from his dad complain about the fact that somebody touched his shit. There's no getting away with it. You can't touch anything in that man's house and move it 1 inch without him knowing it. I mean, it's like, I'll try to clean up after myself and leave no trace. Oh, there are traces. You aren't even, his ability to find traces of you being there is exponentially greater than anybody can conceive of. Any sane person can even imagine. He's got this incredible superpower. It's like, there was a Post-it note on the upper corner of that thing that was mostly hidden by these magazines, and now it's 1/4 of an inch lower. What were you doing here? It's like that. Okay, we know we can't get away with this shit, and she knows that if she breaks the rules like that, my dad's not really going to talk to her, although he might, but he would have talked to us both if she were here. But he's probably going to talk to me about it, because he doesn't see it as her problem. He sees it appropriately as my problem. That I'm responsible for making sure this rule doesn't get broken. And that's it. There's no other thing to be said. And he's correct about that. And the rule is absolutely reasonable. Now, I'm responsible for making sure Rachel doesn't break the rule, because I'm not going to break the rule at all. I know that whatever I want, I don't want it badly enough to go in there. Anyway, now I got to go administer. I'm going to blame it on the COVID. I'm assuming Rachel fucked up because she has COVID. This is one of the side effects of COVID that I haven't told you about. Ill-advised getting of cereal. I should have put that on the COVID vaccine side effect warning. May eventually result in ill-advised cereal getting. You just have to tell me what you want to get, right? It's like the problem we have is neither of us want to say what we want on more than an immediate time frame. So, because it's like, okay, well, it's like saying, what will I want regularly over the next couple of weeks cereal, milk, blah, blah, blah. Those things are hard to predict. So we don't want to say, okay, let's get cereal and milk and commit to cereal and milk. But you have to make a decision. If you want cereal and milk badly enough, you need to do it that way rather than the way that you did it. So we don't get to be our way with his shit. We get to be our way with our shit. And he will let us be his way with his shit, which is generous of him enough. But we don't even want to go there because we won't get it right. We won't get his way right. So let's just stay out of his area entirely. Unless we have a good reason to go in there. You need to have this given to you. And no matter how much we'd like to, we don't get to fuck with the thermostat. I think it's too hot too. It's annoying. But that's why we have our own space out here where we can set it as low as we want, except for you. You're like, but yeah, but you're always out here occupying the space and controlling it, Eric. So I get how frustrating it is. And I get that this is non-optimal for you for a variety of reasons. I guess it's just like you acting out accordingly, and so instead of really fussing about it, I should just be like, well, try not to do that again, please. I know you like to act out sometimes, but try not to do it. If you just act out, well, you had, oh, I don't like how you act out directly against me either. I'm not sure how to direct your acting out. But I get that being perfect all the time means that there's got to be some sort of like expression of fuck you that comes out occasionally. I mean, I don't know how you could be nice without. It's like if you're gonna be nice, you're gonna have big poops because you're consuming a lot of this food, right? Rather than just something else. So, thing is, being nice though, it's like you have to consume a lot of food and not have poops. So, inevitably, there's got to be some sort of excrement mechanism to get rid of it called outbursts of defiance. And I understand that, hey, sometimes you just gotta say, fuck up. I know, but fuck off. But try not to do that. Because it's like, even though sometimes the only way to really say fuck off is to say it when you're least deserving to say it to the person who least deserves it. Let's not do that. You ready to take this test or what?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. I guess those little water things are in there. Yeah. No, here it is. All right. So what I want you to do is the following thing. If you look at this map, you'll see it shows a little diagram of how to swirl it in your nose. Let me find that part. Where is it? It shows you like how to use this swab in your nose, like meagity meow, right?
Is it there?
It might be there, or I don't know. See if you. I can't really read this thing.
That's fine.
So anyway, when you find the part that tells you how to swab, which is basically just swab it around. But you gotta swab it more than just a little bit, I guess.
Test set, did we get test set 1 or test set 2?
No, look, it's as simple as this, Rachel. You're gonna swab, I stick it in here. Okay? You swab it. I stick the swab in here. These things are combined now. These instructions were for an old version where it was no longer combined.
Okay.
I had to intuit that from yesterday, but anyway. And then I I put the swab into this liquid down here, and then I put the cap back on. After I swish it around, I put the cap back on, and then this thing comes off and it becomes a dropper, and I drop 3 drops into this.
Interesting.
Okay? So all you need to do
So I
is
need to
swab.
swab my nose.
And that's the only part you need to read about is how to swab.
Slowly brush.
I'll do everything else.
Firmly and slowly brush against insides of nostrils in a circular motion against nasal wall at least 5 times. Take at least 5 seconds to collect the specimen and be sure to collect any nasal drainage on the swab. Use the same swab. Repeat the same sample collection procedure for the other nostril. Be sure to brush both nostrils with the same swab. Five times.
It's what they call a pentagonal binostril swab protocol. And you're going to do a five swab in each nostril, ideally in the shape of a pentagram. It's a pentagrammal binostril swab protocol. Those are my favorite kind of protocols to implement. Don't worry. I'll handle your protocol administration. I love administering protocols. My favorite kinds of things to administrate over. Oh, you got blood on the thing too.
Yeah.
Well, that may or may not
Tap
help or possibly hurt the test results.
tap the tube first.
I know how to do this
Okay.
part already. You don't have to worry, read that anymore. Your work is done. Actually, your work's not quite done. Throw the things, please, away that are currently in your hands, plus this. And that. Throw that away, please.
This?
Yeah, I already know how this thing works.
Okay.
Actually, we might need the. Actually, no, I don't need it. I know how this thing works. It's actually pretty clear. If you get 2 lines, you got COVID. And this needs exactly 3 drops. One? Is that one? Yes. Let me put my glasses on. That's the problem here. Stupid eyes not working properly anymore. Two. And 3. There. That's 3 drops. Oh, I put 4 drops. Fuck. I forgot about the first drop. I think. I'm not sure. I might have put 4 drops. I'm sure 4 drops is fine. 4 drops won't kill you. 1 extra drop. Don't be all like, no, your 1 extra drop ruined my test. You have to wait 15 minutes.
Okay.
Just put that over there. Like that. It takes 15 minutes to tell you. It huddles with its coworkers inside that little rectangle. And they go like, okay, so what do we think? Does she have COVID or not? It takes about 15 minutes for them to decide. Then
Thank
they
you for your help.
announce it. You're welcome, darling. So, what I'm going to do now is end the stream because I have a 3 p.m. appointment. I need to get cigarettes. I want to deal with this COVID thing with Rachel and check look at my banking stuff and check my email and do a couple of come back to regular life responsibilities for a moment. So I'm gonna end the stream to do that. And thank you all for being here. And as always, it never hurts to be reminded of this. Pay attention to your cheese consumption rates. And please remember to eat plenty of cheese.